Somebody posted the video of Jordan shooting the free throw. I got to tell you, the clips I saw from inside the NBA last night were hysterical.
Really?
Yes. Barkley, okay, they showed some Clippers highlights, and he said, Kawhi can't play, man. He's got 2 jobs. He can't work 2 jobs and play basketball.
Outstanding.
CJ McCollum. Okay, Barkley goes, who's he play for now? And they said the Wizards. He goes, the Wizards. He goes, man, what did CJ do to somebody? He goes, we freed George Santos. Can't we free CJ McCollum? They played a game show. Barkley had to guess which. They showed pictures of announcers, what network they were announcing for with the new NBA deal. Okay. They threw Charles, they threw Fox in there. And of course, Fox doesn't have the NBA. So somebody came up and he said, he must work for Fox. And they go, Fox doesn't have the NBA. He goes, well, you guys tricked me.
That's funny.
During the Open, they showed a 90-second clip of Barkley slamming ESPN. Just one shot after another over the years of him trashing ESPN. Barkley was in the middle of something. They interrupted him, and Ernie said, hold on. We've got some tape we want to run. And they ran the 90-second clip of Barkley just slamming ESPN. Then they put a fake Barkley schedule today on ESPN, okay, and all the different shows he was going to be on. Yeah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Thursday. Well, you're over the hump. You can almost see the finish line from here, right? Heck, some of you might even have tomorrow off. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm good. Who the hell's got tomorrow off, and why am I missing some sort of bank holiday?
No, just some people, they take Friday off, 3-day weekend. They might, who knows, they might have some sports plans heading out of town. There's some people that have Fridays off.
Who the hell's got tomorrow off? Where is this coming from? It's next Friday's Halloween. That would make sense. People would take that off, things to do, family, etc. October 24th, that's not a date people take off. A poll question, who's got tomorrow off?
Well, it might be 92-8. Some people might have taken it off. during the fall, people do things. They travel, they go to games. That's all. I was just, maybe I was just wishing.
I mean, think about that for a second. Random day, it's the fall. People take days off. No. People in the summer take days off for long weekends when their kids are out of school. People take day off before 3-day weekends, MLK Day, things of that nature. People take days off around spring break. But people might be taking the day off.
Wancho in our Twitch chat room says we have 2 to 3 people off tomorrow. All right. Jay Gunn says county workers work 4 10-hour shifts Monday through Thursday.
That's their then they're not taking a day off. Then that's a day off. My wife has every other Thursday off. She doesn't take a vacation day for it. It's just a day that she has off. You're assuming that there's all this whole world that, hey, you know what? I need to take October the 24th.
I said some people, some. Deadstruck in our Twitch chat room. It's my birthday. I'm actually taking it off. He's also taking his dad to the DMV. Whoo, well, there's a hell of an off day. Oh, that's a few hours you can't get back. So, that's all.
Poll questions up. Are you taking tomorrow off?
Wow.
You know what? I'm taking tomorrow off. Good luck. Good luck with the show, David.
Well, then I guess a best of Miller and Moulton tomorrow.
You're going to do, well, really? Wonder where that's coming from.
Well, then, you know what? So network programming tomorrow, depending on what station we're on.
Unbelievable. Are you taking tomorrow off? I mean,
wow,
I'm sure there's a handful of NBA players that are already going to do it for load management, but other than that,
see, don't know how many NBA players we have listening to the show, but might take tomorrow off. I mean, 24 of the 30 teams were in action last night. Wow. I sense somebody wants a day off. Man, I struck a nerve there. I was just trying to emphasize getting to the end of the week, and who knows, some of you may be closer than others. Okay, I won't do that again.
Everybody's got tomorrow off, apparently. The whole world, except Miller and Moulton,
some
off tomorrow.
People.
No. Now the Twitch chat room. Well, I'm taking today off. I'm taking tomorrow off. I love the life you live, people. Good for you. Love it. You know who's taking the day off? Most people in Southwest Florida because they're retired.
All righty. Thursday night football tonight. Man, oh man, got to change the subject. Got to come up with something.
In fact, what quarterback will take the night off tonight?
J.J. McCarthy has another night off. Is he ever going to play again for the Vikings? Man, he's not even the backup tonight. Was he the backup Sunday for the Vikings against the Eagles? Seriously, is there something going on here? Okay, did he re-injure himself and they're not saying anything? I thought he was close to playing. I thought when they had their bye week, okay, didn't they? Yeah, they had a bye week because they've only played 6 games. I thought they said he was back practicing.
That was my understanding.
Yeah.
Because they were figuring out who the quarterback was going to be at the start of the week.
Right. Weren't they optimistic that he'd be the starter against the Eagles? Now he's listed as the 3rd string. Something's going on there. And it's not like Wentz was great Sunday, and we got to keep him in the lineup and keep JJ on the bench. I mean, Carson had a few throws in which you're like, oh, that's the Carson Wentz we know. Here we go.
There's no doubt. Tua's been taking a lot of Sundays off.
Well,
and because of it, every single person with a microphone is now commenting on Tua.
Oh.
If you played for the Dolphins, you're commenting on Tua and McDaniel. If you played quarterback, you're breaking down what Tua's doing wrong. it has not been a pleasant week. And I don't just mean, in the Miami stations, our show, other shows. This has been a national story in the worst way. Woody Johnson threw his quarterback under the bus and ran him over. And there are as many people talking about the Dolphins as there are the Jets in terms of negativity.
What is remarkable, even if you never were on the Tua train, or if you have completely turned on Tua now, 2 years ago, he was a good quarterback. No, he was. He was. You can't deny that. And I don't mean you, Mark. I mean all of it. No, he was a good quarterback. When the Dolphins gave him the extension, what is it that people were saying? They were saying one of two things. Yeah, you got to lock him up. He's your guy. He's the best guy they've had since Marino. Okay? This is the going rate. Or, and this was the opinion that I think a majority of people had, it's a big risk because of his injury history. Not because of his ability, not because of how he was playing, but because of his injury history. I don't know. That's a big risk. I know if you don't sign him, you could lose him. And what do you have to replace him with? Blah, blah, blah. But, man. So, Mark, to me, what is fascinating and troubling is he's not hurt. He's just bad.
Really bad.
When did that happen? Why is that happening? Seriously. I mean, he wasn't bad in high school, was never bad in college. All right? He wasn't bad in the NFL. There were people who wanted him to be better, but he wasn't ever bad. Then there were people who were like, damn, he's pretty good if he could just stay healthy. Boy, what is it we were saying coming into seasons? Over, under number of games he'll play. And we'd pick a number, 13 and a half, 14 and a half. And if he went over that, we're like, the Dolphins are going to be good this year. And now he's terrible. What happened?
Well, the one thing that he was, David, was extremely accurate. Tua's completion percentage was terrific.
And he didn't
In fact, it was one of the best. It was one of the best in the league. Now, there were two things that were knocks on Tua. You mentioned the first one, the injuries. The other, and it was throughout his career, how he played against good teams.
Yeah. Okay.
Tua's record against the elite teams, against teams over 500, was always substandard for some Dolphins fans. And, if he could stay healthy, he could figure out how to win a couple of games against the Buffaloes of the world. Well, then we've got ourselves a quarterback.
Yeah. But Mark, this reminds me, you got to go back, but the Tampa Bay Bucs thought they had a franchise quarterback in Josh Freeman. Josh Freeman's second year in the league, he throws for over 4,000 yards, 30 plus touchdowns. They win 10 games. And you're like, wow, the Bucs are on the come. And 2 years later, Josh Freeman's out of the league. It's like, what just happened?
But then the other side of this is, I'm reading people that played the position that obviously know it far better than we do, saying that he's completely lost all confidence. Mm-hmm. And you wonder if Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield all at one point lost their confidence as well. And is this a matter of he has to get out of Miami or, a new coach? But I really believe, David, that his days in Miami are incredibly numbered, and I'd rip the Band-Aid off. I would. And I know financially that makes no sense, but I don't know if it can be done here. I don't know if after the comments he made, whatever core guys you're planning on keeping in Miami, if they want to work with him. I think he's become a reconstruction project, if you will.
Well, I don't disagree, but I'm saying this is stunning. I mean, this free fall is stunning. He's never been a bad quarterback. There are people who thought he wasn't good enough, but he's never been a bad quarterback. He is now. And to
There's
me,
no doubt.
this is stunning. You know, people are rewriting history right now. Daniel Jones was done in New York. The way we're talking about Tua right now, that's how we were talking about Daniel Jones at this time last year. There was no one who thought in New York Daniel Jones could ever play quarterback for the Giants again. Not one person. He needed to get out.
And had to get out of New York. I mean, when the Jets were looking for a quarterback, Daniel Jones wasn't an option. You know, Sam Darnold coming back to New York, he was done there too.
But, I mean, this is stunning. I don't think we've talked about this enough. It's one thing to not be a $50 million quarterback. He ain't a $10 million quarterback right now. Miller and Moulton, the starting five in 25 minutes.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
EB, there were some areas here in Jacksonville, I think, got down to 49.
North Jacks?
Well, I kind
Or
of
West Jacks? Or East Jacks?
Well, it's tough to be east. But here, let me. It's 53 right now. Wow. We have a 17-degree difference right now between Southwest Florida and Northeast Florida. Wow. Cool cat. Gotta wait one more day. Do you see the picture Paula posted of her grandson eating a coney?
I did.
Well, Wes, there's two things about that. First off, the way they're doing ratings now, different than how they were doing them just 3-5 years ago. Because, Andy Staples wrote a story 3-4 years ago in which talking about if you could get 4 million people to watch a college football game, that was considered a good game. And now, decent games are getting 6 million. So
But remember, everybody seems to think the new ratings are more accurate than before.
yes,
There were so many things that weren't counted when they
before.
were doing rankings that were negative towards live sports that now they think they figured out. Is it a perfect science? No. But they think it's far better now. Industry, not Miller and Moulton, people in the industry, and not just sports people that do the ratings because of the out-of-home viewing and things of that nature, think that they are now doing a better job. They have far more boxes that they are tapped into. They have far more data than they've ever had before. So
But yeah, there's no doubt CBS made a miscalculation. They
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You have to watch what you say on this show because it could turn into a poll question. Boom, just like that.
David, glad you brought that up because David started the show with all the people that are going to have the day off tomorrow. So
Not what I said.
I'm getting texts that I'm taking off tomorrow because it's my birthday, but this one I enjoyed the most. Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. Pelican Roofing of Florida, 1-866-9-PELICAN. If you have the day off tomorrow and want someone to check your roof, I would recommend Pelican Roofing of Florida. David, this texter says, Mark, the feast of October 24th must be a big holiday for David. And so I looked because I always check the national day calendar because it can lead to a fun poll question. And every morning, it's one of the things I do. So I looked for tomorrow and I thought, well, maybe this texter is on to something because tomorrow is National Food Day. And if there was ever a day that was built more for Miller and Moulton, National Food Day would be it. But as I read into what National Food Day is, David, see if that fits the bill for you. This day, celebrated for the first time in 1975, was created by the Center for Science and Public Interest and was supposed to be similar to Earth Day. The day toasts nutritious and healthy food and focuses on educating people on healthy eating, good farming methods, and safe food production. It also reminds us of the strides we've made in living more healthy lives and growing food in viable, responsible ways.
So it's National Kale Day, and you're not allowed to take off. Everybody must work tomorrow.
And then I looked, what else is there tomorrow that maybe I'm missing? Is David wanting people to take the day off for Global Champagne Day? National Bologna Day. I mean, who doesn't love a good ground bologna sandwich? I know that I had enough of them as a child that I'll never want to eat one again. National Kangaroo Awareness Day. Maybe you can go to the zoo and check out a kangaroo. Just some of the things you can do with all the free time you have by taking tomorrow off.
You know, bologna has a first name?
Yeah. Right now, I think you're going to spell it with an F.
It's Oscar.
Right. Your bologna has a second name.
It's Mayer.
Oh, I love to eat it every day. And when I eat it, I have to say that Oscar Mayer has the, what is it?
Has a way with Bologna.
Excellent, David. Excellent. Yes, we can recite commercials from the 70s. We reference movies from there, too. It's Miller and Moulton on the last day of your work week.
But don't ask us who the backup quarterbacks are tonight in the Vikings-Chargers game on Thursday Night Football.
Hell, don't ask us who they are in the Dolphins game coming up either, because we don't know who the backup is for Miami, because apparently here we are week 8, and there's a backup quarterback competition.
Yeah, that's another thing that I'd want to get into. Okay, with Mike McDaniel, it's like, wait a minute. Why'd you go with Quinn Ewers? I mean, all we heard you guys talk about was Zach Wilson, how talented he is, all the potential backups, and you guys picked him out of the lineup when the rest of us were going, have you been paying attention the last 3 years? He's terrible. I mean, like, historically terrible. Like, maybe I would have taken Trey Lance instead of him, and both were available at the same time. Not just in a draft, but I mean last year when you were picking backup quarterbacks. And why did you pay him $6 million? $6 million. I mean, he's lucky to have a job. That one out of nowhere. It's like, wait a minute. They just went from Tua to Quinn Ewers. What happened to the $6 million backup? Well, Quinn Ewers gave us a better chance against the Browns. What? And why? Oh, you guys realized finally how much he sucks?
For the record, we called that when they signed him. That's not revisionist history.
No.
We challenged every part of that the moment the Dolphins gave him $6 million to be their backup, because we are one of the only shows in America that probably we spend as much time on backup quarterbacks on this show as any show out there. And I'm not saying that because we're smarter than anybody, but David and I have believed for a long, long time that you have to have a competent backup in a league where 70 quarterbacks a year start.
Damn near it. 3 years in a row, we've had over 60 quarterbacks start games. Now, yeah, some of them are, there's 3 or 4 quarterbacks who don't play the final game of the year because they want to protect them from injury. But still, do the math. That means most every team in the league is playing their backup at least once because they need to because of injury. It shows you how fortunate the Chiefs and Bills have been. Look at what's going on with the Ravens. Second time Lamar's been hurt. First time he got hurt, they didn't win a game with a Pro Bowl quarterback because Huntley threw 2 touchdowns that year and ended up playing in the Pro Bowl because so many quarterbacks didn't want to go.
Right.
So it's a good line. You use it when you can.
Pro Bowl quarterback. That's
Yeah, it is. It sure is. because there were some really good quarterbacks back in the day who could never crack a lineup and get to a Pro Bowl. Okay, they're going, wait, he made a Pro Bowl? Yeah, well, they asked like 9 other guys, and they were all made plans.
Well, there was a time when guys were honored to go to the Pro Bowl, when it was in Hawaii.
Right.
They didn't take it off as easily then.
As opposed to now going to Orlando. Hell, they're already going to go to Orlando once in the offseason. Why do we have to go again?
So, yeah, we've been questioning everything with the Dolphins from the top on down. The only one who doesn't seem to be questioning what's going on with the Dolphins is Stephen Ross.
Yep. They're just,
and he happens to own the team.
You just need patience, continuity. They had 5 consecutive seasons where the worst record they had was 8-9. I mean, last year's season was a bad year. The 4 seasons previous were all winning seasons.
But what they did to finish most of those seasons made it just barely winning seasons. Instead of winning the division, they'd go on the road. They'd lose their playoff game. They'd lose it badly.
Mm-hmm.
And you wondered if anything was going to change with the Miami Dolphins. And it has. It's gotten worse.
I mean, they were 2-6 last season and won 6 of their last 9. Anybody hold out any possibility of something like that happening again?
Well, David, even if it did, and no, I'm not holding out any possibility that will happen. Even if it did, we've seen this movie before. When you get to the point where playoffs are not a possibility and it doesn't matter, all you're doing, then all your fan base is then saying, great, you're costing us where we are going to be picking from. We could have picked up a better player. And I do wonder, and we talked with Chris Perkins yesterday and talked to Pat Kerwin the day before about this, is will Ross give Grier the green light to trade players to save money, or will he say you're done and whoever comes in next is going to have control of the roster? That's, to me, the only thing that remains to be seen in this Miami Dolphins season.
12 days until the trading deadline. 12. Dolphins will play next Thursday night. They host the Ravens. So in theory, they'll be done, and Chris Grier will have 4.5 business days to trade guys away and acquire some assets for his replacement. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I'm super excited because I found a guy on social that's a commercial fisherman and sells stone crabs. And the prices are reasonable compared. I mean, the stone crabs are expensive, don't get me wrong, but they're very reasonable compared to the store. And he goes by the name of Big Jimmy.
Okay.
And Big Jimmy's already up to go fishing this morning because I had to lock in my stone crabs. I can either go first come, first serve, or I can pay the man his money, and they're waiting for me.
Okay.
And he's like, do you want to do it Zelle or whatever? I'm like, I know Zelle's pretty, like that's probably the best one out there. He didn't even offer Venmo. He offered Zelle and I think the Cash App. So I sent him the money, got back the confirmation, and I'm very excited to meet Big Jimmy.
Okay. So you got tomorrow off?
I doubt it. That's funny. I'm glad you made yourself laugh over there.
Well, I think you're taking a cheap shot at me. I said some people have tomorrow off.
That's not how I heard it.
Hit that snooze one more time.
Empire, apparently everybody, it's a big vacation day. Empire, you missed the beginning of the show. David started out with, football tonight and people that are taking tomorrow off. And I just jumped as you know what. Oh, I know, Paula. I'm excited to tell Pat that I think I've got Big Jimmy. We'll be making trips to Naples for Big Jimmy because the prices are, if I find better, I'll buy them there, but I don't know if I will. And he has other fish, too. I'm very excited to meet Big Jimmy. I've seen pictures of Big Jimmy. Now I get to meet Big Jimmy. I'm sure it's a little pricey, though, isn't it, Adam? Oh, that's the one that goes all over the country. Boy, Adam, you must be making big bucks, dude. I'm impressed. Yeah, brown chicken, $10 less for medium from this guy, $9 less for large. And I got mediums, $25 a pound. I got 5 pounds of them. Now, Big Jimmy looks bigger than 5'9", 165. I'm not messing around here. Those of you that have Facebook, you can find Big Jimmy. You tell me how big you think Big Jimmy is. Right, brown chicken, that's a good price. And king crab ain't cheap either, Johnny Finger Lakes, but I prefer stones to king. They are more work than king. There's no doubt. King are easy. One crack, you're pulling out a big hunk of meat.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Roy Cummings will join us at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 Central. JP Shadrick atop the bonus hour. Back from London. He's got a bye week, though. Although I think JP's working. I think he's going to a college game. So, talk plenty of football with Roy and JP. Our poll question, I made a silly comment during the open of the show. I was just thinking today's a Thursday and yesterday was a hump day, so we're over the hump, and who knows, maybe some of you are taking tomorrow off so you can see the finish line from here. Well, man, that was the stupidest thing I've ever said in my life.
Well, I don't know about that.
So
The
it was
feast
made
of
into
October 24th.
It was made into a poll question. Are you taking tomorrow off? That's the level of snark that Miller and Moulton opened up with today. All right. Just wait till hour 2. What could come out of our mouths? Okay. Kendrick Perkins may think that what we say next hour is inappropriate. That's how bad it could get.
Why have an ibuprofen when you can have a perk?
How baked do you think he was when he said that?
Well, you could barely understand him.
Yes.
I don't know if he was baked or if he had a perk himself. I don't know if that
Right.
was still a scotch and soda or a bong hit.
Right.
But all I know is that was damn near slurred speech.
Right. I mean, yes, he's not passing any kind of breathalyzer after uttering that line. No.
And if he is, they're taking him in to have blood drawn. I
Yes.
mean, no.
Right. Where are you taking him? The hospital. Why? Draw blood. Why? Can't understand a word he said. And did you see how he sat back in the chair and slumped down, all proud of himself? Like, huh?
And giggled.
And giggled. Right.
In fact, I think if Jordan saw the interview after the one he gave to Rico and said, look at Perk's eyes.
Right. I mean, man. By the way, there's video of the story that Michael Jordan talked about. Just, somebody
Shooting the free throw?
Shooting the free throw. All right. And Jordan was right. He did swish it. And he was just like, I'm not shooting another one. I haven't shot one of these in years, and I ain't doing it again. Okay. 19 minutes now before the hour. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
We'll start with the NFL because it's back tonight, 8:15, Amazon Prime. Chargers host the Vikings. LA, a 3.5-point favorite. Remember, the Vikings could have hired Jim Harbaugh. They passed him up for Kevin O'Connell. Vikings at Chargers tonight. Both teams with 3 losses. Seems like a key game for both. Chargers favored by 3.5 once again. Amazon Prime home game for Al Michaels, who lives in LA. Other NFL news, Jaden Daniels, Mark, you were right. ESPN called the Commanders because ESPN wants to know when they're putting promos together for Monday Night Football. They don't like to put injured players in their promos. ESPN called ahead and said, hey, how serious is this injury? And they were told, it's not too bad. Okay. Well, it's bad enough that he got ruled out on Wednesday before Monday Night Football. Jaden Daniels will miss his 3rd game of the year with a hamstring injury. Marcus Mariota gets the start for the 3-4 Commanders at the 4-3 Chiefs. Bucs put Mike Evans officially on IR. He's having surgery on his broken collarbone. They hope he will be back before the end of the season. Bucky Irving and Chris Godwin both ruled out for Sunday. at New Orleans. And Hassan Reddick, they said, still haven't got the MRI results back, but he will be out, quote, a while. So the injuries, they are lingering and yet mounting for the Bucs. Wonder if they're on upset alert Sunday at the Saints. Division game, teams don't like going another.
No, you're right. How can they not be? I mean, New Orleans is bad, really bad. However, Tampa is banged up.
Short week, roadie. Just throwing it out there. College football, Gators interim coach Billy Gonzalez has turned to Steve Spurrier to assist DJ Lagway for the rest of the season. That's Steve Spurrier Jr., the 54-year-old son of the coaching legend. He not only spent 10 years with Dad in South Carolina, he spent 5 years with Mike Leach at both Washington State and Mississippi State. Billy Gonzalez, without saying these words, has essentially said over the last 48 hours, yeah, the offense we were running was junk. And we're going to be a lot more wide open, and we are going to throw the ball downfield a lot more.
Hey, it makes me a lot more interested in the cocktail party. It does. I mean, we watched a bad team in UAB. Well, we didn't really watch it. But in the fourth quarter, some of us may have turned on a really bad team in UAB, playing a team that everybody thought was the best team in the American, except for South Florida fans. And, hey, Memphis gave it a run late, and they had to hold on to win, but they pulled it off. Interim coaches can do strange things for 1 week. Usually things fizzle after that, and the team becomes what they were. But that first week, always interesting.
You have to wonder, though, if all of a sudden offensively, if the Gators are different, will they finish strong a la UCLA? There were 2 college football games last night. Nick Minicucci with 4 touchdown passes for the Blue Hens of Delaware. Delaware beat Middle Tennessee State 31-28. And in a sloppy game, 7 turnovers. Missouri State in overtime beat New Mexico State 24-17. There is one football game tonight to keep the 49 consecutive days of football streak alive. South Alabama at Georgia State. Mark, this is the barn burner. Both teams 1-6 on the season, yet the home team, Georgia State, is getting 6.5. 7:30 ESPN2. Don't miss it. Major League Baseball. I'd like to get into this a little bit later on in the show. The San Francisco Giants hired Tennessee head coach Tony Vitello to be their manager. Vitello, in leaving Tennessee, becomes the first ever college head coach to become a major league manager without any major league coaching experience whatsoever. He also, Mark, left Tennessee where he was making $3.3 million. He's taking a pay cut. Never mind the tax difference between going from Knoxville to San Francisco. And the Giants are so invested in Vitello that they paid Tennessee's $3 million buyout for Vitello to get out of his contract. It's a fascinating signing. A lot of people in baseball freaking out by this. I don't get it, why they're freaking out. All you guys have done is tell us how inconsequential the manager is over the last 10 years. So what's the big deal? And secondly, Pat Murphy's like 2-3 years removed from being the head coach at Notre Dame. Council hired him to be his bench coach because they were buddies. Okay, Council leaves, Brewers promoted him. How's Milwaukee done with Pat Murphy? Just saying. By the way, the TV ratings, Mark, for baseball, best they've been in 8 years for the playoffs. Game 7 of the ALCS, Seattle and Toronto in the States on FS1 reportedly did 9 million viewers.
We do love games of consequence, David. We pointed that out a long time ago. It was a World Cup final that was on at 2 p.m. by two nations that were nowhere close to the U.S., and it did a reasonably big number, and you and I went, I'll be damned.
Most watched game in an ALCS in 8 years. Never mind the huge ratings that baseball is getting in Canada and Japan for the obvious reasons. NBA, 12 games last night. Magic held off the Heat, 125-121. Paolo and Franz Wagner each had 24. Desmond Bain at 23 in his Orlando debut. Norman Powell had 28 for the Heat in the loss.
That's
Mike
a good
Brown-
start to the Magic. All the big three lighting it up in their first game. I'd
Yep.
be happy if I were a Magic fan today.
Combined for 71 in the win. OG Anunoby, 24 points, 14 rebounds. Knicks win Mike Brown's coaching debut over Cleveland, 119-111. Sixers were down 11 going to the fourth. Tyrese Maxey with 40. Philly beats Boston in Boston, 117-116. The Bulls blew a 23-point lead, then rallied to beat the Pistons, 115-111. Giannis with 37 points, 14 rebounds. Milwaukee beat Washington, 133-120. Toronto scored their most points ever in a season opener, 138, in beating the Hawks by 20. Trae Young, in his last opening day with the Hawks, had 22 points. I say that because he's entering the final year of a contract, and both sides have already broken off negotiations. Charlotte was up 17 at the half. They beat Brooklyn by 19. Ja Morant with 35, and Memphis' 128-122 win over New Orleans. The Spurs really ruined things for the Mavs. And, Cooper Flag and his debut. Wemby with 40 and 15 rebounds. Cooper had 10 points, 10 rebounds.
Sorry, David.
No, what?
There is a highlight, if you care to look, of Wembanyama dribbling the ball down the court, making a couple of moves, and then pulling back for a step-back three.
And he's 7'4".
Wow.
He's
My goodness.
He's 7'4".
It's smooth, too. I mean, it looks like, KD's as smooth of a big guy as you'll ever see. It's as smooth as anything KD does. It's worth watching.
Spurs beat the Mavs 125-92. Phoenix was down 20 to Sacramento. Devin Booker with 31 as the Suns rallied to beat the Kings 120-116. Anthony Edwards with 41. T-Wolves edged Portland in Portland 118-114. And the Jazz were up 31 at the half on the Clips. Beat LA by 21, 129-108. 3 games in the NHL last night. Rookie Colton Ellis, his debut, 27 saves as the Sabres doubled up the Wings 4-2. Devils have won 6 straight, beat the Wild 4-1. And Calgary is 1-6-1 to start the season. Montreal went to Alberta and beat the Flames 2-1 in overtime. In golf, the PGA Tour officially canceled the season opening event, the Century at Kapalua. There's a drought, and the course is unplayable, and they couldn't find anywhere else to play the season opening event. And in NASCAR, the judge ordered both sides, NASCAR and the 2 race teams that are suing them, 2 days of mandatory mediation. And at the end of it, they accomplished nothing. This thing's scheduled to go to court and the trial to begin in 6 weeks. NASCAR wants to maintain their charter system as is, and Michael Jordan and a few others want to blow it up. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories, and golf starts a week later next year here on Miller and Moulton.
Amazing. Someone wouldn't give their course up to have a money grab event on the PGA Tour with all the big players. Miller and Moulton. Roy Cummings, JP Shadrick, all ahead. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
It's the event everyone will be talking about when college basketball's biggest names take the court in Fort Myers. The Michigan State Spartans and the North Carolina Tar Heels headline the 2025 Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off. Witness the excitement live and in person this Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena. The stage is set. Will you be there? Lock in your spot now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go. See you Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did you send JP a link? Because JP apparently is boarding a flight in a half an hour and just texted and said, I forgot and I need to go now.
Okay, I'm sending it right now. No
All
idea.
right. I will text him. He's flying to Portland. He's doing Wisconsin at Oregon. Whew. It's one of those games that looked interesting on paper 2 months ago.
I put that up late. I didn't put it up at all yesterday. We got to make sure we're drilling that. They're paying for it.
Well, I mean, what's your definition of good eats?
I mean, he had 9 Coney dogs in 2 days, Feeney. I don't know how
Yeah.
much more good eats the man could have.
I mean, in about 24 hours when you consider what time I ate on Sunday and what time I ate on Monday.
Don't get kicked off the plane because you're on your phone.
Hey, buddy.
How are you?
Did you hear Mark? Mark said, "Don't get kicked off the plane."
No, we board at 7:30, and I was going through and I saw the tweet. I'm like, oh man, I totally whiffed because my flight's at 8 from Atlanta. I took the 5 a.m. this morning on a Jags.
Oh, so you're at Hartsfield now?
I'm in Hartsfield. Terminal D is disaster area. It's
Is that
like
what it stands for?
it's under D for disaster, not Delta. It's like there's construction. All the ceiling is down. The entire terminal. The Popeyes doesn't start serving chicken until 6:30. I mean, this is chaos. I had to eat a sausage and egg and cheese biscuit from Popeyes, not chicken. Like, this is why I came to Atlanta for breakfast. What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, you might as well just go on to Terminal C and grab the varsity dog if they're not going to give you chicken at Popeyes.
I passed it. I passed C. I went from B to D and didn't go up there because
you were getting chicken.
You were getting chicken. You were getting a chicken biscuit.
now I hadn't even thought, like, the last time I was in Terminal D, I can't even remember. So, because it's always B or A or occasionally T, the one closer to the front. And I've been in the international one lately, but that's it.
Right.
But like this D and E, I don't know what exists over here. C, D, no.
Yeah, I'm cheap. I fly Southwest. I'm very familiar with C and D. That's where they are.
Got it. Okay.
But you
Not if
radio,
there's anything wrong with that.
you radio and TV people, you don't do that airline.
Well, you know
Are
that
you-
touchdown radio network budget.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. And do you know what some people do on their bye weeks, Mark? They work. All right. And not only do they work, they don't work close to home. They say, here's what I'm thinking. I got the week off. How about if I fly from the southeastern point of the nation to damn near the northwestern point of the country and do a football game in which right now the spread is 33. JP Shadrick, working for the Touchdown Radio Network Saturday evening when Oregon hosts that juggernaut that is Wisconsin, who have been outscored 71-0 in their last 2 games, and both of those were at home. Hi, JP.
Good morning. I'm not really sure what time zone I'm in right now. I got back from London on Tuesday night and then went to work Wednesday. And then that was yesterday, I guess. And then this morning I got the 5 a.m. out of Jags to go to Atlanta, and I'm going to Portland. And I'll get there at 10 a.m. Pacific just to hang out for a day and do some work. And then the game's coming up Saturday. So excited for it. Excited to see Autzen. I've never been out there before, so I figured why not go a day earlier on the bye week, check out some things around it, and, get ready for this game. I'm excited, though, too. And, Mark, you might love this. The Oregon Ducks are collaborating with the Grateful Dead and wearing Dead-inspired uniforms, and they have a whole merchandise line this week. So they've got tie-dye numbers, the dancing ducks on the back of the helmet, the tie-dye O. It's a tie-dye out for the fans. So this is going to be quite a scene at Autzen.
It's pure Oregon. It's fantastic. You're right. They have the jerseys. They're doing a bunch of stuff for this. So I'm fired up for you. There's a concert poster for the game as well. I hope you come back with a lot of merch from this. I mean,
I didn't know about the poster. I got to find a poster. That's
right. You
first.
do a lot of this stuff, and I know there's a certain point when you've worked long enough that swag is no longer necessary.
Yeah.
I have a feeling this week swag may be necessary.
I
Jake.
may or may not have shopped already online for it, but they don't have everything in my size because it's been selling like hotcakes, I guess. So looking forward to this one. I mean, if that's the only thing, because the game, Dave, you mentioned it. The game's going to be a dog, most likely. I mean, this is not a way to sell a broadcast. However, let's be real here. Oregon might run them out of the gym and might just destroy Wisconsin. They might fire the head coach of Wisconsin. I mean, that's where things are right now. So you got to have as much fun as you can out of one like this.
So we have a poll question today, which is, are you taking tomorrow off, because of a flippant comment that I made earlier in the show? Okay, our second poll question that I nominate, Mark, is, will JP Shadrick lose money on his broadcast this weekend for all the merchandise he's going to purchase? Okay, because the Touchdown Radio Network's budget is a little bigger than Miller and Moulton's, but not much.
I'm telling you right now, JP, I'm in Jacksonville next week for the cocktail party. Extra large on a T-shirt. I'll get you back. How many Grateful Dead song titles do you think you can work into the broadcast tomorrow?
It's a great question. It's a really great question.
Right?
I mean, I got to really think about it. I'm glad I went an extra day early to think about this, because this is the homework. It's not the show open and the backup guard and where he's from and who's the sixth tackle and the special. What are the Grateful Dead song titles I can get in? That could be an interesting. I'll go over 3.5.
Love it. I absolutely love it.
I was thinking that was the first half. When it's 42-3 in the third quarter, I was thinking that it could get crazy. Right. Should the Jags, from now on, do something to spice up their European trips? Maybe go tie-dye, okay, next year for London? Because, boy, good thing the Rams didn't have Puka, huh?
Yeah, that worked out. I don't care what they wear. If they are flagged 18 times in a game, 13 accepted, 18 on the ground, they're going to lose to everybody. That's where they are right now. And they can't get out of their own way. In a week, by the way, where Liam Cohen, literally in their game wreckers meeting that they have, they show guys from the other team, hey, we need to pluck Byron Young. We need to, that's Matthew Stafford. He's going to the Hall of Fame. They show guys from the other team. Well, this week, before that game, they showed the Jaguars as game wreckers because they're wrecking themselves. That was the whole point of the meeting. We're doing these things before the snap. We can't line up right. Guys are dropping the football. Defense can't get pass rush. And then it got worse. So I don't know, what you do now. I don't think Liam Cohen wants to, pull back on what they're doing offensively, because that's what they do offensively. But if they can't execute it pre-snap to even execute the play, then you might have to dial it down a little bit. Less motions, less movement, get up there, line up and play. And maybe that's a solution on offense. And then on defense, I think just had a stinker of a day. I mean, Stafford's throwing it around at 10 different guys. First 5 catches are to 4 tight ends. They can't cover a tight end all day, no matter what country it's in. It's been a decades-long issue. And then other than that, it was fine. Oh, yeah, red zone, Devontae Adams, one-on-one. I mean, come on. This is simple. So they got a lot of problems right now. But they're 4-3 at the bye. They're winning. Only a few teams in the AFC have a better record. But it might not last long if you have 18 flags on the field.
JP woke up in a morning dew in Jacksonville and made his way to Atlanta, now en route to Oregon for college football on Saturday. But that, and you kind of answered it, JP. To me, is it that they were playing, they played 2 good teams in a row. They played 2 really good defenses. I mean, you can't take anything away from what Seattle and the Rams do defensively, but it sounds like it's as much the Jags as it was the defense they were playing.
And the first play of the game, here's an example. There's Travis Hunter about 7 yards, turns around, and he's open by about 5 yards. And Trevor doesn't throw the football, just looks at him and decides to kind of tuck it and get sacked. Take the 7, let the kid catch it and make somebody miss and go for 20. He's done that all season. So part of it's quarterback execution issues. Part of it's dropping the football. Brian Thomas had another couple drops in the game. It's
The whole
everything involved.
team can't catch
No.
the ball. I've never seen drop stats from an NFL team like the Jags have had in 7 games. JP, between penalties and drops, it's amazing this team is 4-3.
It is. It really is. And they were riding. Maybe it's fool's gold from the defense early when they had all those takeaways, 14 takeaways in the first 5 weeks. They haven't had one. They had the lead, in those games, so they're getting the ball back and doing it. They're riding the wave. Well, they weren't in the lead the last 2 weeks. They've been trailing, and the defense can't do their thing. They have no takeaways the last 2 weeks on defense, and the offense can't get out of its own way trying to climb back in the game. So there you go, 2 losses in a row.
And is that the reason? Because the running game's been stifled as well, but that's more from basically game script, isn't it? I mean, they're playing from behind, so it's hard to establish the running game when you can't get a lead right now.
I mean, in theory, yeah, that's kind of what it is. So, I mean, you got to figure out something earlier in a game, and quarterbacks got to execute better, and the guys have to catch it, and all of the above. Now, for the next 5 games, we're on the road, by the way, too. At Vegas after the bye week, at Houston, which is always interesting, home against the Chargers. Those are the next 3. So does it lighten up? I don't know if it lightens up or not. It's an NFL schedule. And your team right now, the Jaguars, that leads leading the league in penalties and drops. So do the math.
You've never been to Portland before?
Never been to Portland, never been to Seattle, never been anywhere above San Francisco.
Huh.
Are you staying in Portland tonight, or are you making it to Eugene tonight?
Yeah, we're going to stay in Portland all weekend, I think. It's just a little cheaper. The budget, touchdown radio,
Right.
So, but there's, Eugene, I guess, gets a little cramped on the weekend. So it's about an hour and 40 minute drive-ish, 45. All right, 2. All right, okay.
It'll be 2 down. It could be 3 back after the game. I'm just saying. As somebody who's done it recently,
Okay.
I'm just saying it's possible.
Yeah.
Okay. Budget
I'm excited.
accordingly.
I found out the other day, I was doing research on Eugene. Obviously, Animal House was shot there, right? But the Dexter Lake Club is a real place.
Mhm.
The Dexter, I did not realize.
Otis.
I thought it was.
Loves us.
I thought it was just a movie place. That's an actual place, and it's still open. Awesome.
I don't know how much you take pictures and tweet things out. In all seriousness, from the view from the press box, okay, because it's not a high stadium, and you can see the surroundings. The foliage this time of year is gorgeous. It's surrounded by nature, which you would expect in Oregon. All right, it'd be a great scene, and that's before everybody shows up. Plus, it'll be a 4:00 in the afternoon local kick. I mean, Mark, that's a lot of time to imbibe on Grateful Dead game.
And David, while they may imbibe a bit, this is the University of Oregon. I think the aroma
Right.
in and around the stadium will be, well, let's just say skunky.
Yeah, you're not saying it's tailgating. That's what you're saying. It's going to be a different kind of,
No, I'm saying Kendrick Perkins the other night would fit in well with the crowd on Saturday at Eugene.
Oh, man.
Maybe you could use that line as part, claim it's a Grateful Dead lyric and see if it goes over.
I love it. Absolutely love it. No, I'm excited for it. Like I said, I think Oregon's, they have to, they're up against it too. They have to show that they are, they have no real room for error for the playoff and all that with the Indiana loss the other week. So they're going to be after it. I don't think Lanning's going to let them slide on this one. I think they're going to get after it.
Well, just think when it gets really ugly early that we at CBS were there week 2 when they beat Oklahoma State 69-3.
I'm sure Gary had a great day.
Oh, yeah. Brad and Gary were happy as heck.
Oh, yeah.
Brad was trying to figure out, how do we work booze into the booth during the game? Do I really have to wait until the game is over? Wow. JP, safe travels. Get Mark. What are you looking for? Extra large?
Extra large.
Extra large. I'll Venmo him the money right now. I'm getting challenged saying I'm asking for stuff for free. That's not the case. But he is our big boss, man. He is JP Shadrick, Touchdown Radio Network, Jags Radio Network, pre and post. Have a great call tomorrow, JP.
Good thing we're not going to El Paso. I'll say that. See you
Well
later. That's a
done.
remake, but that's okay.
Well done. JP Shadrick, Touchdown Radio Network, Westwood One, Jags Radio Network. Follow him on X at JP Shadrick. Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
JP just texted and said it would be perfect if Maryland was at Oregon this
Yes.
week.
Yes.
Uh, That's what JP just sent me. I loved he was thinking of you with the game prep.
That's awesome. I was thinking of it. Well, I mean, there's been times when you weren't on that we've talked music for 3
Right.
minutes. before
Yeah.
you-
That's what I mean. I thought
yeah.
that's great. That was the most excited he was in the whole interview. Hey, Mark, get this.
Well, it was funny because my kid was texting me about it yesterday, and he and I were talking about it. So it was like, I'm ready. I'm like, I couldn't remember. I knew he said something. There was something else. That's why I had to quickly look, and it was the poster. How about the SEC suspending the official from the
for the rest of the year?
Right.
Well, thank you, Tim. Thanks for listening.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Roy Cummings to join us in 40 minutes' time. I made a comment near the open of the show that, hey, maybe you've got tomorrow off. Mark's like, who the heck's got tomorrow off? So we decided to make it a poll question. You got tomorrow off. Right now, 5 out of 6 of you don't, but I'm surprised that many of you do. Of course, you might be retirees, but that's okay. At Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, vote accordingly. By the way, yesterday's poll question, did you watch the NBA on NBC Tuesday night? Only 25% of our audience did. Mark put the over-under. Our Card Sharks number would have been, what, 30.5, something like that?
Yeah, I said if it got to a third, it would be massive. And I know we had a bunch of people in the Twitch chat room who love that they're there every day. They've not only taken a role as chatters, but they feel many times as if they're producing our show. And, well, this means you're never going to talk about the NBA again. Sorry to break it to you. Yes, we are. We are. I would think less of our audience watches golf, and we talk more golf than most shows. So I know we can't do every segment on football as much as we try. We will spread it around a little bit. We even talked a little college basketball yesterday because we've got G Leaguers. That really should be and I don't know if anybody would be for the G Leaguers playing college basketball.
Well, I don't know. You and I are pretty pro player, pretty pro young athlete. I mean, it does sound messed up. I mean, I think even if you're in favor of it, you'd have to acknowledge it's a weird look that you can go to high school and then you can play professionally in the States and yet you still have college eligibility. I mean, I don't know, Mark, if you saw Bill Self's, the Kansas basketball coach's comments yesterday. Bill Self said, so hold on a second. Are we supposed to start scouting the G League now for players? And he said, and I'm being serious here, shouldn't every kid come out of high school and declare for the draft? He said, you don't get drafted, you go play professionally somewhere, you can still circle back and play college ball. I mean, Bill Self's like, why go to college out of high school? Just declare for the draft.
The only thing I would argue with Bill is, and I think his points are very snarky and I love them. First off, the only argument I would say, Bill, the reason that they're not going to do it is that you're paying at least 10 times more per player than they're getting in the G League. David, do you know what an average G League salary is?
I was going to say $150,000.
That's a little high. They signed 1-year contracts. In fact, there are no minimum or maximums. They are paid a flat base salary, 5 to 6 months. In the 25-26 season, G League players make, wait for it, $40,500.
Oh, my goodness.
The WNBA just went, holy crap, we make more than I thought.
By the way, same commissioner overseeing the G League is the one overseeing the WNBA.
Now,
wow.
if you're on a 2-way NBA contract, that doesn't apply. I think you make a little more than that. I'm not exactly sure what they get at the G, but if you're just a G League player, like the 2 guys that have gone from the G League, one to Santa Clara, one to Louisville, they were making less than $41K a year, Miller and Moulton money. So, college players, I don't know what the average NIL salary is for a college basketball player. But I got to think if you're in a Power 4 conference, I mean, there's 6 digits at least.
Kelvin Sampson has joined Tom Izzo and Bill Self in railing on what's going on right now. There are also 3 of the older coaches. But in Kelvin Sampson's case, he admits, hey, I didn't create the system. I'm just trying to coach within it. And obviously, he's trying to win that elusive national championship. So Sampson, here's what he had to say. It was Big 12 Media Days this week. That's why you're hearing from Self and Sampson. Sampson, somebody's got to step up and say this is wrong. There's nothing educational about college basketball right now. It's all transactional. The toothpaste is out of the tube and you ain't putting it back in. Yet at the same time, Kelvin Sampson in Houston are one of the 3 finalists for a 7-footer who's played the last 2 years on the Knicks G League team.
The average college basketball player at a top program's making $350 a year. And many of them obviously are making more. If you're, we pointed it out, and I know it's football to basketball, but now with the money that's being dispersed at colleges, starters at Power 4 schools are all getting paid handsomely. They are. The kid from Indiana, the safety that sued and won for his eligibility for another year, $400,000.
Right. But we also pointed out some schools are still all in on basketball. It was divulged late last week that the payroll that the University of Kentucky is going to spend on their roster this year, not their coaches, their roster, is $22 million. Heck, that's almost the Marlins payroll. Hello.
I mean, the kid from BYU, the big signee at BYU, is getting over $4 million to play basketball at BYU. So I get where the coaches are coming from, but I kind of go back to what Bud Elliott said yesterday when we were talking about Notre Dame versus Florida. And he simply said, yeah, at Notre Dame, you still have to go to class. That's not the case at most places. And he wasn't picking on Florida. Don't take it that way. He was picking on everybody not named Notre Dame, basically. That They do their classes online. And who's really taking the classes for them? And does it really matter? So when coaches like Sampson and Izzo, and I don't think Self did, but start talking about the educational process of it, are we sure?
Also, what came out is an interesting angle at Big 12 Media Days. Bobby Hurley, all right, Arizona State head coach. They're in the Big 12. And he has 6 international players on his roster. That's a lot. And he was asked why. And he said, very simply, American players are more expensive, a lot more expensive. He goes, meanwhile, international players, very happy to receive a significant bump from where they were in Europe, get an education, and oh, by the way, we're selling that you're also playing in the best conference in the country. Interesting.
Which that opens up a whole other can of worms because, see, when it was just a scholarship, the international player didn't have to apply for any other things. This gets into a whole nother area that's a pay grade, David.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. You start getting work visas involved, actually.
Right.
Oh, yeah. It get very complicated. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh,
So,
yeah.
I mean, G League, international players, NIL, it's all a mess. We signed up for it. Miller and Moulton aren't complaining.
No.
We think the athlete should be paid. It's still the wild, wild west. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
They've cut the nets, they've raised the banners, and now they're headed to Fort Myers. Michigan State, North Carolina, and other top programs take the court in the Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off. This Thanksgiving week, legendary programs, championship traditions, college basketball's biggest names, live at Suncoast Arena. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did Roy get his link? He's not next. I'm just asking, remember, because
Yeah, I thought I sent him to both, so I'll send Roy.
that's cute, DB. That's cute.
Yes, he did.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until Roy Cummings will join us. We'll talk a little Tampa Bay Bucs at 5-2. Bunch of injuries. Heading on the road Sunday, division game against the Saints. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I threw out there that maybe some of you have tomorrow off. Mark wants to find out just how many. So that's our poll question. How many have tomorrow off?
I just was a little taken aback by the comment. It was
right. I understand.
Incredibly random.
Yes, I will grant you that.
Here's something I think you can relate to, though.
Okay.
Did you catch Joe Flacco's comments?
Yes.
From his presser yesterday.
Loved it.
Joe Flacco's an old man. And I don't mean his age. He's an old man. Because there becomes a certain point in your life, particularly when you travel. And David, this is more in your area than mine. It was in mine, but I traveled differently than most people. I traveled with a team. And you do everything with somebody. A coach, a trainer, another player, whatever the case may be. But Joe Flacco, yesterday, when asked basically about being traded and, new team, and he said, I used to see guys sitting at the end of the bar by themselves or just sitting by themselves, eating and grabbing a little meal and thinking, man, I feel so bad for that guy. You almost want to go join him. And now I realize that dude was in heaven. David is a man that I know for a fact this week has already had 2 meals by themselves at a counter of a Detroit Coney Island restaurant.
Yep.
Heaven?
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Miss my wife. Love my family. Heck, mom's in town for 8 days. And I'm only going to be here for half of them. Yeah. Love my family. It's a small family. We're tight. A lot of love. Oh, on the road? Oh, spectacular. You kidding? Tomorrow night, I'll have dinner by myself. I'll be watching game 1 of the World Series in Iowa by myself somewhere. Oh, it'll be tremendous. Are you kidding? Saturday afternoon, I'll be in Kansas City. I can go wherever I want, wait in whatever barbecue rib joint place I want line, and sit and eat by myself. Oh, glorious. Glorious.
And I can't really think of the time that I've eaten alone. I can't tell you the last time that I went out to dinner by myself. Not saying that there's anything wrong with it, but when I go out,
sure,
I go out with my wife or I go out with my family.
Right.
I mean,
understand.
occasionally there might be even a friend, but that's not very often because I don't have many.
Right. None of us do anymore.
Bunch of acquaintances, really
Yeah,
and truly.
yeah.
I mean,
Oh.
truth be told.
Few people we text with, right? Got
Right.
it.
But you think, I mean, you're saying Joe Flacco is right on with this.
Yeah, and he had just got done professing for a good minute how much he misses his kids, loves them, and says, would I prefer to be sitting at a table listening to my kids talk about the crazy stuff that went on during their day? Yes. He goes, however, and he's talked about, here in Cincinnati, most people don't recognize me. Now, he did admit he does the early bird because they asked him, hey, you go out alone. He goes, well, I kind of get there about 4:30. He goes, and I kind of sneak out right as they're getting off of work. Right. So he does the early bird because, like you said, Mark, he's old. He is 40.
Right. And you can eat dinner earlier then. And, probably finishes his day up at the Bengals facility, gets his treatment, and says, what would be good right now?
Yep.
A little early dinner.
Yeah. He says, I find myself lingering longer at the facility because I'm staying alone in a hotel and what have you. And I guess his family made the decision this year. Like, I guess they followed him to Cleveland last year. Was it Cleveland? Where was he last year?
No, it was Indianapolis.
Indianapolis. They followed him to Indy last year. This year, they made a decision as a family they would stay back in Jersey. Okay. And he laughed. He said, good decision. And so, but yeah, he's in a hotel, I think, alone.
All right. Now, question for you, David, when it comes to eating alone. This is something that you do a lot because of your travel.
Right.
And most of the time you eat alone in your car because it's a drive-through. But on those occasions, yes, everyone, that was a shot. I make no mistake. It was meant. It was on purpose.
I'll tell you what, though, it had 40% truth to it. Don't kid yourself.
Right. So when you dine in a place that has silverware, and whether it's plastic or not really is irrelevant at this point, David, but when you go to a restaurant, do you sit at the bar by yourself or do you get the table for one?
I get the table for two and sit there by myself.
Right. So you get a table. You don't go sit
unless it's busy and you go to the bar because I don't want to wait. I mean,
right.
I can't
But
eat.
if it's equal in the restaurants, whatever, you can get a table or a seat at the bar.
Yeah.
You will get a table.
Totally.
And eat by yourself. Okay.
Yeah. I have no problem.
Because I would always, in those occasions, I would go sit at the bar and have dinner. When I did this alone, I would, doesn't mean I'm going to talk to anybody, but the potential to have more conversation, whether it's with the bartender or another customer, is there. The waiter, they don't have time for you. They got plenty of tables they're working on. They don't want to converse with you. You might make a little more small talk with the bartender.
Right. No, I want to be alone. No, I want to be alone, watching a TV or alone with my phone. I don't want to be bothered. I don't want to have somebody invade my space. No.
Pelican Roofing in Florida text line. I spent 10 years on the road for work all week, every week. Eating alone was just a nice thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Could take your time. You could, decide to, be in a rush, however you want to do it. Yeah.
Since we dedicated the first poll question to you today, we're going to get another one up there. When you eat alone at a restaurant, do you prefer sitting at the bar or sitting at a table by yourself?
Okay.
We'll get that up momentarily.
Very hard hitting today.
Well, what do you want to do? Who's playing tonight? I mean,
I know, Vikings, Chargers.
Oh, yeah, Vikings, Chargers.
Right. It's actually a key game. Both teams with 3 losses. I mean, listen, in the NFC, right now you got to be 5-2 to make the playoffs. You fall to 3-4. It's getting late early. Meanwhile, Chargers clinging to a 6 seed right now, having the tiebreaker over the Chiefs, but they got to keep winning. So I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't think this is something that many of us are thinking about. Don't know how many of you are thinking about or care about the World Series. Dodgers, Blue Jays, in case you're really not paying attention. But there is an interesting factoid, Mark, to this World Series. Something that you, and in a sense, I are very familiar with because of the teams that we root for. The Dodgers swept the LCS. The Blue Jays won theirs in 7. So one team's had a lot of time off, and the other team hasn't. This is the 5th time that this will have occurred. 1985, 40 years ago, is when they switched the LCS to 7 games. It was a best of 5 from 69 through 84. Beginning in 1985, the American and National League Championship Series became 7-game series. So this is literally the 40th instance because one of the playoffs was canceled. 4 times previously, Mark, that you had a team that swept the LCS play a team that had to go the distance in the LCS. The team that went the distance won all 4 World Series. In fact, none of the World Series were very competitive. The first time it happened was in '88. The A's swept the Red Sox. The Dodgers beat the Mets in 7. Dodgers won the World Series in 5. In '06, painful for Mark, his Tigers swept the A's in the LCS. The Cardinals beat my Mets in 7. And then the Cardinals beat Mark's Tigers in 5 to win the World Series. The very next year, the Rockies swept the Diamondbacks in the NLCS. The Red Sox oh, that's not good. Uh-oh. It's not on my end. Don't know how many of you can still hear me. I don't know what to do in this case. Yeah, I'm live on Twitch, but I don't think I'm live on the radio. So, yeah. Guys, I think I have to disconnect and reconnect to try to get back to, well, hopefully connect with Mark. Be right back.
Fantastic. He's there. Now can you hear me, David?
Yep, I've been here the whole time.
Well, I know, as I explained to our audience, it was my internet that went out, but I had to reset everything up while doing the show. So the last thing you said, I know the audience may have heard you, the Twitch audience, but most of our show doesn't do the show that way.
Right.
You got to the point that there's been 40 of these and.
Right. So anyway, 4 previous times, the team that swept the LCS to get to the World Series faced a team that had to go the distance, 7, to get to the World Series. The team that went the distance in their LCS won the World Series. Dodgers over the A's in 5 in 88. Cardinals over the Tigers in 06 in 5. Red Sox swept the Rockies in 07. Giants swept the Tigers in 2012. So not only has the team that's gone the distance won all 4 previous World Series, none of the 4 series ended up being competitive. 2 sweeps and 2 5s. And yes, the Dodgers are heavily favored. But remember, the Reds were huge underdogs to the A's in 1990 and swept them. In these short series, and Mark, you and I are hockey folks, these short series, okay, you get an early result that doesn't go the way it's supposed to, and these series can go sideways in a hurry. Thought is the Dodgers, though, with 4 quote-unquote aces will be too much. But believe it or not, history is on the Jays' side.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Football season is back and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Todd and I are local. We're involved in our community. We live here, we work here, we're in our showroom every day. We love working with our guests. We love giving back to our community.
We are so excited about our new store. Same location, same team, new environment. Every day is like a grand reopening. Absolutely stunning when you walk through our doors now. Come experience the newness of the Diamond District. See what we've done.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not 1 but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thanks, Everett. Nice of you to say. Oh, there's Roy. Morning, Roy.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Can't complain. Blackhawks look pretty good.
They do.
Yeah, they do. A lot of young teams looking pretty good in the NHL, including your Red Wings until last night.
Yeah, they didn't play very well last night. They got outplayed. They got beat. When you lose 50-50 battles, I don't care, what the sport is, basically. Basketball, hockey, soccer, you lose the 50-50 battles, you lose more games than you win.
Yeah, and that's so important in hockey. But you know what? I guess they had a clunker in them after a pretty good run there following the opening.
God, you hate to lose to Buffalo, though.
You do, because that's giving one away. That's
It really
giving one
is.
away.
Yeah, a lot of the young teams have gotten off to good starts. Anaheim's looked good. Chicago's looked surprisingly
Are you
good.
going tonight, Roy?
I am not. I've got dinner with a buddy, former Tribune writer that we haven't seen each other in a while, so we were getting together for dinner, and I didn't even realize it was a Thursday when the Blackhawks were playing. So no, but I'll still see most of the game. And a lot of those young teams are fun to watch. Anaheim's fun. San Jose. A lot of good young talent in that league.
And they're going to add 4 more teams.
Word is, I'm not sure if that's good.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Thursday, at least in Jacksonville, Tampa, St. Pete, and Fort Myers, Naples. Final hour of the show, Live Oak, Lake City and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas. We are Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. In 10 seconds, we will welcome Roy Cummings to the show. There is a breaking sports story right now, though. Heat guard Terry Rozier arrested this morning as part of an FBI sports betting gambling probe. Okay, and the FBI will hold a press conference at 10 a.m. to announce more about this. So a gambling sting, sports gambling, and Heat guard Terry Rozier caught up in it. Roy Cummings joins us. He covers the Bucs, Bay News 9, Miller and Moulton. You can follow him on X, Cummings FHCN, Cummings FHCN. Good morning. How are you?
I am good. Despite what happened with the Buccaneers on Monday, I'm good.
Well, every part of that was a surprise. I mean, Detroit came out guns a-blazing, couldn't put it in the end zone, should have had a much bigger lead by the half, but that secondary for Detroit had been awful. And I know the Bucs receivers, and when Evans goes down, that doesn't help things, but that's as badly as I've seen Baker play in his time in Tampa.
Yeah, he was not on. He was off. Every throw downfield was high, missing the mark. He wasn't too bad on the shorter throws, but there weren't enough of those. The game plan wasn't very good, and it got worse because, and look, I'm not going to put it all on Baker. He was affected. That's what you want to do as a defense. If you want to see what defenses are hoping to do every Sunday in the NFL, just go watch what the Lions did to the Bucs. They got to Baker Mayfield, not necessarily, got hands in his face. They got hands and feet and legs around his feet, and that just disrupted his rhythm and his timing. And I don't think the Bucs did a very good job of adjusting. They tried with chip blockers, tight ends, and running backs, keeping them in, but that limited the number of receivers that were out there and available to him to 3 and 4 at best, and it just wasn't enough. They couldn't get open, so it was just a perfect storm of everything going against you. And look, David, you said it. The Lions are a good team, and I thought this would be the real test for the Bucs to see where they really are, and they didn't pass it. So we continue to go forward, kind of wondering, are they really good enough to go deep into the playoffs?
Well, what interested me about the game is the Bucs. You said that from a coaching standpoint, that they didn't have their best day. And I think they fell victim to what we all thought the game was going to be. We figured this was going to be a high-scoring game. So the Bucs totally abandoned their running game. I mean, Roy, take the kneel down on the final play of the game out of it. The Bucs rushed the ball 11 times for the game. And yet, it was a close game. They were within 2 scores the whole game. At no point in time did they just say, listen, the passing game's not working. How about we settle down and rush for a first down and take a deep breath? Instead, I think they had like 4 rushing attempts in the first half when it was 7-0 for most of the half. I think the Bucs coaching staff just thought we're going to have to score 35 points to win this game. And because of it, they didn't even try to run.
And not that it's a great number, but when they did try to run in the first half, they averaged 3.5 yards a carry. Okay, not great. You want 4, but hey, add 3.5 and 3.5, and all of a sudden you've got 3rd and short as opposed to 3rd and 8. And yeah, I totally agree. I thought this was one of Josh Grizzard's worst performances. I got the feeling that he didn't trust his defense to hold Detroit in check. And they did. And I don't think Todd Bowles recognized it quickly enough. It was a bad day for everybody. I think they were a little bit psyched out, believe it or not, by Detroit. On the road, all the injuries that kind of came as a result of the game itself. I think they're trying to figure out how in the world can Charlie Heck ever stop Aiden Hutchinson. Can't do it. I think they were just psyched out in the game in some way, and they failed to focus on what they should have focused on was, as you just said, this is still a 1 or 2 score game. We stick to our game plan, even it up offensively with the run game, and we can still stay in this. And they didn't do it. So a bad game all around for everybody, and you're going to have those. It just came at a horrible time. In a game that I thought they still could have won. I mean, going into the fourth quarter, it didn't look good, but I thought, hey, you get one break here, make one break for yourself, and this is a 1-score game, and you can win this thing. So we'll see. We'll see where they go forward. Hopefully they learn from it.
Roy, I'm with you because heading into that fourth quarter, I guess because we've seen Baker do it so much, I'm sitting there going, this game's not over yet by a long shot. But they couldn't get it going. I am curious, though. Roy, it seems that you trust the running back room more than the Bucs do, because since Bucky Irving's been injured and out, they've not run the ball, whether it's been with White or the backup for White there, Tucker, that you've talked about for a year. And it just seems to me they don't trust these guys to get hard yards the way they trust Bucky Irving.
Yeah, you're right. I sort of get that feeling too, and I don't understand it because, Rachaad White was a solid, at very least, solid running back. There were those who even questioned the decision to go get Bucky Irving and whether he should have become the starter. He emerged as the starter because he was the better option, obviously. He runs a different style. But Rachaad White is very effective, and he's developed over the course of the few years he's been in the league here. You give him a little bit of space, and he can take more. He wasn't that kind of a running back early on, but he is now, and he's a dual threat. He's a 1,000-yard producer if you use him more as a pass catcher, and they didn't do that much either. And then Sean Tucker is a quality back too. He really is. And he's got some abilities, and it's just like, I'm just not sure that Josh Grizzard is just. I'm not sure he trusts this team overall. And then you've got to remember the fact that when they were behind by 2 scores, that is a point where you start to throw it a little bit. Your game plan probably dictates that. And at the end of the day, you couldn't keep that defense away from Baker's feet, and you couldn't get him to step into a throw. And so your running back becomes an extra blocker, and it just it all blows up in front of you. But you're right. They could have run it more. Again, learning opportunity, and let's see if they learn from it. They should know now that they're a team that can run the ball effectively, and they need to in order to win consistently.
New Orleans on the road. Yes, the Saints are a bad team. It's a division game on the road, and these two teams genuinely do not like one another. Short week for Tampa going on the road in the division. No Evans, obviously, no Irving, no Godwin. Do they have enough on a short week to get through and avoid what would be a very damaging loss?
They actually should. And I'll say this, the absence of Mike Evans probably turns down the temperature a little bit, just because that's always a battle. And so that turns down the temperature a little bit. I think the Bucs have to focus on themselves more than the opponent here. They're good enough to win this game, no question. Both sides of the ball. The defense, didn't play that bad against Detroit. It actually came up and made some plays when it needed.
They got 4 sacks and forced 2 turnovers. Yes, they gave up 400 yards and nearly 300 in the first half, but they did get 4 sacks and forced 2 turnovers.
Yeah, without Hassan Reddick, it was primarily poor tackling. They've got to tackle better. That's number one. But yeah, this team is certainly good enough. This should be a win, despite the fact that you're throwing out a roster out there that you basically would see in the second and third quarter of a preseason game. They're good enough to win this game. But they just have to dial it down a little bit, use their best plays, use the running game, tackle better. It's the basics, guys. You stick to the fundamentals and the basics, and they should win this game. I don't know if I would say handily, but you should win by 2 scores.
Well, and there's really not anything that New Orleans does well. I mean, you're 1-6 for a reason. They don't stop the run well. They don't stop the pass well, but they really don't stop the run well. And to me, Roy, we've kind of harped on this throughout this interview. Get back to what's made Tampa good the last couple of years. That's running the damn football. And I want to make sure, if I'm Tampa Bay, that early on we're pressing that run and trying to let our linemen know we're going forward and we're knocking guys backward.
I sort of get the feeling that the Bucs, because I agree with you 100%. I sort of get the feeling that the Bucs are doing something that teams always tell their teams not to do. Don't believe your press clippings. The press clippings are all about one guy, Baker Mayfield, MVP candidate, everything else, miracle worker at the end of games. And I think they believe that. I don't think they believe that they're as good a team as they really are. That the running game can be as good as it, can be a weapon. That the defense can actually be a weapon if they just tackle. So I think this team lacks a little bit of self-confidence. And I don't know why it does, because the truth of the matter is it is a good overall team. It's not one guy all the time. It looks that way. But again, the running game has certainly contributed. Without Bucky Irving, it's done that. The defense has contributed. Let's not forget, it's made some pretty big takeaways in the last couple of victories. So those opportunities are there. They've been there all year. They're finally cashing in. This team is a good overall solid team. I just think sometimes they forget that. And again, that's why I say stick to the basics, guys. Run the ball, throw the short passes, take what the defense gives you, and tackle.
Roy Cummings, Bay News 9, Miller and Moulton. Follow them on X, R Cummings FHCN, R Cummings FHCN. Tampa Bay in New Orleans for an early game on Sunday. Roy, enjoy your dinner tonight with a buddy. Enjoy your Blackhawks and Lightning tonight.
Yeah.
And we'll talk again next week.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Roy Cummings, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I mean, his Blackhawks are off to a good start. He first thing out of his mouth for those watching on Twitch heard it, but Roy's like, Blackhawks are off to a good start. He transitioned from Cubs to Blackhawks seamlessly.
I think he gave the Cubs about a full 24 hours, and by the time he woke up the next morning, 36 hours, he was ready to go. It was hockey season. Miller and Moulton, more on this FBI gambling sting coming up.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh. A long time ago, in the Bucs press box, I did, but no, it's been a long time.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Did you see that the NFL, because their league-wide meetings ended yesterday, and Roger Goodell, gave an interview about a lot of things. And one of the things, and I didn't even mention it in the starting five, so they're moving the Pro Bowl to where the Super Bowl is.
Okay.
And it's going to take place during Super Bowl week.
That doesn't make sense because the stupid flag football game actually gets numbers on whenever they play it. Why? So you're going to move it midweek?
Right. I mean, what are you going to play it Saturday? Are they going to let you play it on the field that the game is on?
No way. No way.
Right. I'm just so this year's Super Bowl's in Santa Clara. It's Super Bowl 60. It's on NBC. And I guess the Pro Bowl's going to be in San Fran. But, those of you that care, but thought it was an interesting factoid there. This may also be an interesting factoid. And Mark, I meant to bring this up and get your thoughts specifically yesterday. Did you hear what the Ravens did during the bye week?
Oh, is this taking away all the toys?
Ping pong table and foosball and all that. Yep, gone. Yeah. That basically enough.
So
with
it's
the fun
not
game.
the injuries. It's not the fact that your Pro Bowl quarterback is hurt. It's not the fact that your big defensive lineman is out for the year, that the rest of your defense has basically been a mash unit. What it is the ping pong.
I think it's just a matter, hey, it's a very, very little thing, but we got to get really serious. We're 1-5. All right. No more fun and games. And not because somebody can lose an eye. I mean, that's so. I will say Dan Steinberg, okay, who I believe now writes for the Washington Post, but over 5 years ago wrote for CBS. And he said, life is a never-ending succession of NFL teams adding ping pong tables with stories about how they're finally coming together as a family and enjoying each other's company, and NFL teams removing ping pong tables with stories about how they're finally taking football seriously.
I think this is so ridiculous. Now, apparently they took them away and then put them back. I mean, there are multiple stories out there. I don't know if they have the ping pong table or if they do not. To me, these things are all about keeping players at the facility longer.
Right.
It's not about whether they're focused on football, because the meetings are what they are. The practice time is what it is. So those things those are the constants. You're in the weight room. You're in the meeting room. You know, some teams, as we've now found out, and I think most of us knew for a while, some teams have extra film session led by their leaders of the team. Some guys just stick around longer. Joe Flacco just talked about it. I'm sticking around longer because I've got nowhere to go. I think this is a lot out of nothing. I think the Ravens are playing badly because, well, let's see. Lamar's been hurt. Their defense is incredibly banged up. And it seems a touch desperate by an organization that we've always thought of, David, as being the premier organization in the game. We have. You and I, at least. Maybe others disagree. But when we talk about the top organizations, the Ravens have been the top of our list for a long time. What Philly's done here recently in the front office, we've commended them by their drafting, their ability to make really good moves. But we've said for the longest time, if the Ravens call you, hang up. Whatever deal they're going to offer you is going to make you look bad in somewhere between 3 months and a year's time. Just don't take their calls. We've said the same thing about the Rays because they've, for the longest time in baseball, were able to make deals and get rid of players that you thought had value that they thought they were done with, and they would win the deal, even though they were doing it on a limited budget. But the Ravens play with the same rules as everyone else and seem to always be a little smarter than everyone else. This is not, to me, something that I would look at the Ravens and go, well, this is a smart move. This seems asinine to me, David.
I don't know how much of a story it really is, but I wouldn't have done it if I was the Ravens, because I don't think it has any impact on why it is we're losing games. Mark, you hit on it at the beginning. Our all-everything quarterback is hurt. And Cooper Rush, as it turns out, was not a good fit for our system. And because Lamar's hurt, teams have loaded up on Derrick Henry. We can't run the ball, so Cooper can't use play action. And it all went downhill from there. And oh, by the way, we couldn't be patient with the running game because our defense is horrible and we're trailing 14-0 after the first quarter, seemingly every game. So I don't think the ping pong tables have anything to do with either. This is what I think is important about the Ravens. Lamar Jackson couldn't practice basically yesterday. He was limited. Lamar got hurt a while ago. and he still can't practice. And the Ravens need to start winning today.
Now. I mean, how many games can they really afford to lose the rest of the way? Two tops.
Two tops.
Tops.
Two tops. I mean, I will say they got a big break when Cincinnati pulled that game out against the Steelers.
They did, and they've gotten a big break in the fact that the AFC's not nearly what we thought it would be. You know, the Chargers have gone through a lot of injuries. They looked pretty good to start the season. They look like a mediocre team right now. The Broncos and Chiefs look pretty damn good, but from a record standpoint, no one's lighting it on fire in the AFC. The Patriots are winning the East, for crying out loud.
If you're the Ravens and if you can get a W this week, you're 2-5. You're 2 games in the loss column out of a playoff spot. Right now, 4-3 is holding down the final playoff spot in the AFC. You'd be 2 back. Then you play Miami a week from tonight. I mean, 1 in theory should be able to lead to 2. Now, all of a sudden, we got something going on, and Lamar should finally be back.
But this is the last of a 3-game homestand in which they were blown out by Houston and handled by the Rams. They scored 13 points combined in those 2 games.
Right.
They're giving up more yards than all but 2 teams in the league. They're giving up more points than anyone in the league. And after this little 3-game homestand, yeah, David said Miami's on the other side. And they've got Cleveland in it. But they've got a 3-game road trip coming up. Miami, short week, and then Minnesota and Cleveland. Now, you're going to be favored in 2 of those games, I think. But ping pong tables, that's not why you're losing. 32nd in points allowed, that seems to me to be why you're losing. Miller and Moulton. Couple of poll questions up there today. I was wrong. Apparently, all of you have tomorrow off. Over 20% of you are taking tomorrow off. It must be a national holiday I didn't know about. And 75% of you, when you eat alone, sit at the bar. Miller and Moulton.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, did you see what I just sent you?
I don't know. I'm in a text. Give me a minute. I'll read it.
Okay. Well, apparently Chauncey Billups has been arrested by the FBI too.
The head coach of the Blazers?
That's what Shams tweeted 4 minutes ago for the same thing. So,
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Normally, JP Shadrick will join us coming up at the top of the hour, but he had to travel to Oregon today. So we talked to JP about 90 minutes ago. So if you missed it, go to millerandmoulton.com. And we had a very lively, fun chat with JP Shadrick, having just come back from London and now traveling to Oregon to call a football game for the Touchdown Radio Network. Mark, what's the breaking news of the last 15 minutes or so?
Well, we had told you a little bit prior to that Miami Heat player Terry Rozier was arrested by the FBI for a probe into illegal sports gambling.
I'm sorry, did you say the FBI?
The FBI.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure.
And that came from Shams from ESPN. You know, that's their guy. That is the guy from that network who covers the NBA better than anyone else. And maybe in the sport right now.
Right. He was the guy who broke the Luka trade and literally sent the post out going, this is not a joke. This is not fake.
And he tweeted that out 58 minutes ago, that Rozier was arrested early this morning as part of an FBI sports betting gambling probe. He also let us know that the Eastern District of New York and the FBI Director, Kash Patel, will hold a presser at 10 this morning to announce arrests in the investigation. A little more than 10 minutes ago, Shams also broke more news that Portland Trailblazer coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling. So to review, Rozier, guard Miami Heat, Chauncey Billups, coach Portland Trailblazers, have both been arrested by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Excuse me?
Right. Now, listen, I don't download his podcast. I have found the last 6 weeks Pablo Torres very entertaining when he sends out, you know, him and Mark Cuban and, you know, Pablo with new news about the whole LA Clippers, you know, story with the company aspiration and Kawhi and all that. I've found it entertaining. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if anything's going to come of this, but I think he's onto something. Along the way, Mark, apparently Pablo has been saying, because Malik Beasley's been in a holding pattern with the league because he was investigated twice about improper betting, and the NBA has cleared him. Well, Pablo's been talking about it going, yeah, it's more than Malik Beasley. And there's a lot going on out there. And apparently, and Pablo sent out a post in the last half hour that said the league is under a strict gag order. They can't talk about this. He goes, the feds are under no such gag order. So look out.
So 10 o'clock this morning is the presser. I wonder, since the NBA's on NBC, if they'll cover it.
Hello.
I will say, according to The Athletic, that Rozier has been under federal investigation for possibly manipulating his performance from a game in 2023. The game took place in March of 2023. Rozier was with the Hornets. He played 9 minutes and 34 seconds in a game against the Pelicans and scored 5 points. Prior to that game, he was averaging 35 minutes a game and 21 points a game. At the time given, Rozier said he was leaving the game due to a sore right foot. He did not play in any of the 8 remaining games that season. For the record, Rozier did not play in the Heat's loss to Orlando yesterday.
We have talked for 19 years together on the air, and it is normally about the NFL when we have made the statement that I'm about to reiterate, which is, Mark, what could take down the NFL?
If you think it's fixed, if it's actually proven that the games are not on the up and up.
This is it. Now, I know this is the NBA is where we're hearing the news now, but this is it. You know, whether you like the NBA or not, it's an $11 billion annual thing. Billion. It's a BFD. Nothing can take a league down. Nothing. Like the integrity of the games being in question.
You know, there are some people who are still quite funny on X. And I
Yes.
feel at times I have to share. But one of the accounts I've followed for a long time is Monday Q Info. And that's what they do. It's a golf site, and they pay attention to the Monday qualifiers. And they've been hot and bothered because the Monday qualifiers kind of gone away. And they simply just posted a few minutes ago, the world was a better place when you got your weed in a Ziploc bag from a sketchy guy who lived with his parents. And sports gambling was done with the guy who you'd never met, but was a friend of a friend of a friend. Now we have NBA coaches getting arrested in 9,432 different forms of weed. Friend of the show, Bob Herrig, replied by just saying, well said. What the hell is going on? David, the player part of this, because it's happened a few times. It's happened in college. It's happened in pro. I can't say I'm overly shocked about Rozier being arrested. Now, the money they make in the NBA, it seems ridiculous to most of us that they would go in on fixing a game.
Yes. Yes, or any part of it. You know, like the Rozier thing was a prop bet. And I will say, the prop bets, I could see where this is, if you're a commissioner of a league, the prop bets have to be scary as hell. I mean, scary as hell because, I mean, they would seem to be so easy to be manipulated.
But getting to a college player pre-NIL, and if you watch any of the mobsters that come up, whether it's on a video you're watching on YouTube or TikTok or wherever, there's the mobsters from the 80s and 90s talking about how they'd get to a guy. And you watch it and you go, oh, that makes sense. But now, we've been led to believe that the mob's been kind of eliminated for the most part. So who's getting to these guys to get them? What have they done that someone's getting to them where they're manipulating a game or a prop bet or whatever? And in Chauncey Billups's case, I'm dying to know what this one is. Are you kidding me?
Obviously, this is pure speculation. I don't think it's because they need the money. I actually think they're doing it to help out a friend. Okay. Hey, is there a way, we could,
Okay, David, I just quickly looked this up with Chauncey Billups. So the Rozier thing, you may be right. Chauncey Billups' net worth is $35 million. If he needs to help out a friend, he's got the money to do it.
I know. Terry Rozier 2 years ago, Mark, the game in question here, he made $23 million that year. He was in year 2 of a 4-year, $96 million contract.
David, can you help me out here? The NBA, their contracts, what percent of the money does the player get? I mean, they can cut that player. And how does that work out for the player?
Yeah, Mark, for a veteran player, the contracts are 100% guaranteed.
100% guaranteed.
I listen, obviously, to us regular folk, the whole thing seems preposterous, the whole risk reward thing. And we all understand addiction. And, some of us, the juice and what have you. First off, I would think coaching and playing in an NBA game would be enough juice. That's just me. I know it would be for me. Hell, broadcasting the game would be enough juice for me. But.
And you and I get the gambling bug. We both like action. We do. We love to gamble. I don't do it very often, and I do it with incredibly small amounts of money now. There are 3 reasons for that: my wife, my son, and my daughter. If I were a single person, I'd probably still gamble like a drunken sailor. I probably would. But there's responsibilities, and I have gotten to the point where I hate losing more than I enjoy winning. The losing makes me sick to my stomach. The winning doesn't have the same high that the low has. So I don't really gamble anymore. Bets I make are just small time. I mean, they're small time to small time gamblers. They're Trent bets. It's just for fun here and there. I'm baffled by the Billups thing. I'm fascinated by what the FBI director is going to tell us this morning at 10 a.m. I truly am.
Yeah. Now, obviously, everybody's innocent until proven guilty and what have you. But, and remember,
don't race in and start arresting anybody without at least something.
Well, I mean, 99.9% of the time, we believe that to be true. I will say, if you go back, how many years is it now? 6, 7? Remember, the FBI got involved in the whole college basketball payment of players thing. And what did we have? 1 assistant coach go to jail and like 4 lose their jobs? And they supposedly had all this stuff on video. And it ended up being a whole lot of nothing. But, yeah, it's – and if you're Adam Silver – if you're Adam Silver, aren't you praying there's a coach or an athlete in another sport involved? Aren't you begging? Please tell me there's some other sport involved in this, not just mine. I will say the commissioner of the MAC came out yesterday. He's been very, very anti-gambling and very tough on restrictions to gambling and what have you. And he commented yesterday about prop bets basically scare the blank out of him. That the prop betting thing is a very difficult thing to get a handle on and not be worried that something nefarious is going on.
I get it in the MAC. Like,
right.
I get it. They're not making Big 10, SEC, ACC, Big 12 money. In fact, their players probably aren't making a whole hell of a lot, period. But the NBA, guy making 23 a year, a guy that's worth $35 million. Pelican Roofing of Florida text line wide open, 21,000 the number. If you've not texted the show before, the keyword is Miller. We'd love to hear your thoughts like this gentleman and said, whose interpreter is going to take the fall for this NBA cheating scandal?
Nice. Nice. Well played, sir. Well played.
And I've spent like at least 2 commercial breaks this morning looking at Wemby highlights from last night. I've been excited about the beginning of this NBA season. I truly have. Moulton's not. He was excited a little bit about the Magic last night, but I'm telling you, I watched a little bit of Wemby before I went to bed. I'm watching the highlights today after he lit it up for 40 going, I probably should have stayed up and watched more of that.
Yeah, he's a problem. He's a problem. Year 3. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. 7-4, and you could do that? Damn.
Right.
How are you going to stop that?
Chauncey Billups says to bet on it.
Oh.
Miller and Moulton and a gambling scandal in the association breaking this morning.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 13325.
It's the event everyone will be talking about when college basketball's biggest names take the court in Fort Myers. The Michigan State Spartans and the North Carolina Tar Heels headline the 2025 Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off. Witness the excitement live and in person this Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena. The stage is set. Will you be there? Lock in your spot now at fortmyerstipoff.com/go. That's fortmyerstipoff.com/go. See you Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Michael. I've never met him. Seems like a good dude, but doesn't mean he can't get caught up in a gambling.
I have no idea if he's a nice dude. I don't know him. No idea. None whatsoever. Would not even be able to answer, would not be qualified to answer that question. I've never spent a moment of time with him. I've never been in the same room as him. I've never covered him. He seemed like a good basketball player. I don't know how good of a coach he is. And what does being a nice person have to do with gambling? I know some really nice people that gamble a ton. I am not taking tomorrow off, Logic Man. David says people are taking tomorrow off, and apparently all of you are. I have no idea. It's the feast of October 24th. Is the best I can tell. I'll be taking the day Thanksgiving and the day after Thanksgiving off. Maybe. Tom Winter reporting that Billups has been arrested in connection into investigation into legal gambling not related to games he coached.
Right. I was just going to read that. Yep.
So
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on what has become a very lively Thursday. We'll even get the FBI involved. We don't have to wait till Thursday night football. Presser in an hour. I don't watch cable news anymore, but I don't know. Might have to put a channel on.
Oh, there's no doubt. You know, I still know a guy or two.
Mm-hmm.
And like that post that I read, I also know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy.
Right.
And the guy that I know, well, he got in a little trouble.
Okay.
Like, you know, Chauncey Billups type trouble.
And for those that don't know, okay, Chauncey Billups has been arrested as part of an FBI sports gambling sting.
And I never believed a lot that came out of this person's mouth because I thought he was a BSer. I just smelt BS from this guy. And, you know, he ended up being a loser leave town match, owing a bunch of people a lot of money. Fortunately, I wasn't one of them. He was smart enough to know I didn't have any, and I wouldn't have given it to him if I did. But I remember when he listened to the show and when we would do gambling segments, after I had heard he got in trouble, he kind of asked me if I needed a guy. And I'm like, I don't need a guy. I don't gamble. If I gamble on the Hard Rock app. I do it legally. I'm way too scared to go to jail to do something as stupid as to gamble with a bookie with the job that I have. And we talk about gambling a lot. But the one thing he always said was, you have no idea how many players gamble. And I never really believed what he was telling me. When this is happening today, there's part of me that wonders, was he closer to the truth than I ever gave him credit for?
Was that one of the subjects in which it wasn't BS?
Right. And he specifically always said NBA guys, because he did his stuff on the other coast. And come on, these guys are making $20 million a year. Some make more than that. Why are they getting involved in gambling? But you and I, when the whole Shohei Ohtani thing came out, you and I have never bought that it was his interpreter that was doing all the gambling.
No way.
There's no damn way.
No, absolutely not. His interpreter had access to all those accounts, okay, funneled millions of dollars out of accounts, and Shohei had no idea. Really? I don't believe it for a second.
But there have been rumors going back to the GOAT in the sport in gambling. There have been. For 40 years, there have been rumors about gambling in NBA players. But there's been no there. They're just rumors, David.
Tim Donaghy, the ref.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the one connection to the NBA that's stuck. And he's obviously done many interviews. He came on our show a half dozen times.
Yeah, he's been on a bunch of times.
My guess is you're going to see and hear a lot of Tim Donaghy over the next couple of weeks.
Well, I figured during the break when you said you were texting, I thought you were trying to get him on for the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Do some work, Moulton.
Sorry, Mark.
I guess you're taking the rest of the day off and tomorrow as well.
Hello. Started an hour early. But in all seriousness, I do want to point out that there has been more reporting since this story was first posted by Shams of ESPN. He posted Terry Rozier of the Heat being arrested at around 7:40 this morning is the first post I saw for Shams. Then right around the top of last hour or 8:15 Eastern, he posted, Chauncey Billups, the head coach of the Blazers, also arrested. Now, Tom Winter of NBC is the first place that Miller and Moulton saw. Others may have had it. And as somebody who used to do this for a living, it always used to frost me when, somebody gets the credit when I had the story first. But, okay, Tom Winter of NBC News did take to X about 15 minutes ago and say Billups' arrest has nothing to do with any of the games that he has coached in. Okay? Once it is a sports gambling probe is how it has been described by the media outlets. So obviously this could involve illegal gambling on other sports.
According to ABC News' Aaron Katersky, Chauncey Billups has been charged in an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia. Nothing else is said there other than at the end of the article, it says that Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier and former Cavs player and coach Damon Jones were also charged in a separate but related illegal gambling case. They're among 6 people charged Thursday with turning professional basketball into a criminal gambling operation by using inside information to place unlawful wagers.
Now that, if I'm Adam Silver, freaks me out a lot more than Chauncey Billups.
But the Chauncey thing would freak me out too, because come on, we all know of the big poker games that we've heard that go on in California and New York, and I'm sure everywhere across the country. Big money poker games. Who was it? I was listening to an interview. Somebody that was on, I think, Le Batard yesterday was talking about playing poker and got invited to a game where your buy-in was $250,000. This was not a game in Vegas. This was a game at, not whether it's somebody's house, country club, whatever the case may be. If Chauncey Billups is a big-time poker player, just work with me here for a second, and he's involved in games, poker games, where there's a lot of money being gambled, and he gets caught one night. I don't mean caught by the cops. I mean gets caught at the tables. Now,
Right.
he seemingly has enough money to pay for it, but you could see where an illegal mafia poker game could get an advantage on someone who has inside information. Both of these, if I'm Adam Silver, have the bejibbers scared out of me.
All right, I'm going to try to be lighthearted here for a moment. Okay, let's just assume that there's some there with Chauncey Billups, and he ends up getting in trouble and doing some sort of, time punishment. Don't you have to sell the movie rights to like Scorsese for the next movie? Don't you? No? Is that
Sure.
is that too out of line there? I mean, do you go book first and then movie, or do you just go straight to movie?
Straight to movie. Get the script started now.
Theaters or Netflix only. I mean, that's right here. If you're Chauncey's agent, I mean, this is some of the stuff you need to be considering this morning.
Depends on who's making the movie, David.
All right, I'm just.
right. Dan Walken on X really presents something that's important to the conversation right now.
Okay.
What happened yesterday, David? And you did it in the starting five. The NCAA voluntarily loosened the rules to allow college athletes to bet on pro sports.
It was passed by the Division I Council earlier this month, but yesterday, officially, every single division that's under the NCAA umbrella, they all said, hey, everybody can bet on pro sports. You just can't bet on college, that you're playing in, but everybody. Knock yourselves out. Go crazy.
So, got to tell you, it's really not how I expected the show to go today, David. I thought there would maybe be some World Series talk, and there's been a little. We'd obviously do a little football. There's a game tonight.
Yeah,
but
there is.
FBI has arrested the head coach of an NBA team and a player from another NBA team in a sports betting probe. I'm all in.
You had us at arrest.
Yes.
Or no, actually, you had us at FBI.
No, that's really where it is. A player getting arrested anymore, David, it's really not that big a deal. The FBI arresting a player and a coach, that garners my interest just a little bit.
The show FBI airs on CBS. All right. There used to be 3 of them. It was like FBI International and I don't know, FBI something else and FBI. Well, FBI is still around. Don't you think if you're the writers, I mean, you got to do like Law and Order. Law and Order was great back in the day in which they would put that disclaimer at the beginning of the episode. Listen, any resemblance to this episode of anything that's going on in the real world, I mean, it's just coincidence. I mean, there's no connection. And then they would do a 60-minute episode based on something that was in the Post 3 months earlier. I mean, don't you, if you're CBS and the FBI, don't you go, well, man, this wasn't one of the scripts, but don't we have to get a script going by the end of this season? Don't we have to, sometime in the spring? How about right before the NBA playoffs? Shouldn't we, have an FBI, something about sports gambling? How about right before March Madness? You think we should come up with one of those?
There you go. That I like. It's too bad that the FBI show that you speak of isn't on NBC.
Now remember, ABC and ESPN, they got the NBA too. I mean, this isn't just
okay, I know, but CBS doesn't. That's all. I mean,
yes, you're right.
One network that doesn't have the NBA. That's all I was getting to.
Right. but also we were wondering how serious would NBC cover this. 23 years they waited to get the NBA back. They've made a big push. They're back airing it for a night, and they get a gambling probe from the FBI. Hello. Hey, Mark, the good thing is they've got Jordan on the payroll. They can ask him about it. Hello.
There you go.
Michael,
Miller and Moulton.
Michael, can we go back to the spring of '93 when you went to Atlantic City? What exactly went on?
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did you get my text?
I got your text, but I don't recall getting any emails on that.
About the app?
Yeah.
I text.
No, but I thought I was getting an email for the.
He's sending you the tickets through the app. He has to send them to the app.
Gotcha.
They're in the app. That's why you two need the app to download your seat.
Gotcha.
So that's why if you two have the app, he will send them, and you can get them today. Logic Man, the reason it helps is that obviously more people have access to the show, but also there are people, I guess Twitch has more commercial interruptions and some people just don't like it. And Rounders was terrific.
No, it doesn't help at all. It doesn't matter. Just subscribe to the YouTube one. Subscribe to the Twitch. If you subscribe, great. YouTube, because subscribing to Twitch costs money if you don't have Amazon Prime. Subscribing to YouTube does not cost money. Subscription numbers help us out, but
yeah, we don't make money off YouTube, but exposure for the show, I guess, helps.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Oh, what a lively day it's turned into. There's usually one breaking sports story that happens, usually during the bonus hour. That would be the Diamond District bonus hour. But this one happened right smack dab in the middle of our show today. The FBI apparently arresting some folks with a sports and gambling ring. Huh. How about that? One of the guys arrested plays for the Miami Heat. Terry Rozier. Another guy's the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers. Chauncey Billups. Mark, as you said, sometimes X is spectacular. Okay. I mean, oftentimes it's, but there are times where it can be spectacular. Brian Murphy sent out an edited version of last night's Heat Magic box score, in which there were 4 Heat players who did not play.
Right.
A DNP coach's decision, DNP coach's decision, DNP coach's decision. And then with Terry Rozier, it said DNP arrested in the morning.
I will say for Heat fans, if the NBA voids Rozier's contract, which it looks like they can do, I've kind of read through some posts that are citing NBA contractual obligations that they can get out of this. It would allow the Heat to have flexibility to use a $16.1 million trade exception. So it could lead them to a player.
Of course, Mark, what does $16 million get you in the NBA anymore?
4th or 5th starter, maybe 6th man off the bench.
I was going to say a backup big. Salaries in that league are whew.
I have to say, there are a lot of you who tell us, because we are on some ESPN stations, we are on some Fox stations where we do the show, and a lot of you confuse us and think that we work for one of those 2 networks. We don't. And a lot of you will say, and we've even said, now get back to your NBA programming when our show ends. I am curious, and I will listen to more sports talk radio today than a normal day. 1, this story is a monster. But 2, to see how much those that seem to pine for the league nonstop talk about this story. Because there is no bigger story in sports today. There's not one close. There's not one in the area code of the FBI arresting a coach and a player in a league. Particularly with this being the first year of a new $7 billion television contract.
That's a year, because it's 11 years, 76 billion total.
Right.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a lot of money. I mean, even the NFL goes, yeah, it's a decent amount of money. I mean, it's not NFL money, but that's a decent amount of money. I mean, we got to give the NBA a little credit. I mean, that's a solid contract. That's what the NFL's saying. The NFL's going, that's solid. That's good. It's not us, but that's good.
So, as Deadstroke in our Twitch chat room says, boy, are Tua, Greer, and McDaniel happy right now. No doubt. No doubt. All of those non-beat writers, the beat writers will still be at practice, but the other columnists were shifting their stories towards the Miami Dolphins. Those columnists now are all going to be watching what goes on with the Heat.
And when it is just laid out as succinctly as Jeff Passan, who covers Major League Baseball for a living, but he just simply typed an active coach in the NBA who was inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame in 2024, was arrested today as part of a widespread gambling investigation that also has seen at least one player taken into custody.
Yeah, that's it. Vikings Chargers tonight, everyone.
Right.
Chargers.
Right. Hello.
Lightning hosting Chicago in hockey. Connor Bedard's in town, Tampa. And one college football team will get their first win over an FBS program, because South Alabama and Georgia State each have one win, but it's against the lower level. So, sure, we could talk about that, or we could remind you that Chauncey Billups has been arrested in the last hour for gambling.
Now, apparently it has nothing to do with the Portland Trailblazers, or any of the games that he coached. I mean, their reports are this is, in his case, it's an illegal gambling poker involving the mob. All righty then.
Okay. How many other players and or coaches were playing poker with Chauncey? That's one of the questions I'm sure will get asked during the Q&A when the FBI has a presser at 10 a.m. this morning.
And when you owed the mob money, did you give them any information to maybe get out of your debt? Is there anything that you think you know a little something about that could help the mob? Anything at all, Chauncey? Like professional basketball, perhaps? No?
And David, you said it before. We always talked about the NFL. The one thing that we thought could take it down is if people realized games weren't on the up and up. And in a sport and basketball where so many games are decided late, and one missed shot could determine a win or a loss, or an over or an under, Adam Silver is in the fetal position under his desk right now.
This may be a very stupid question, but I have felt this way for a while. If I was a commissioner, whether it's college or a professional league, the prop bets have scared the blank out of me. I think it's just too tempting, too easy to maneuver and do something wrong, which obviously then would put the game that the person is orchestrating a win or a loss on a prop bet into question. Is there any way as a league, like in Florida, I mean, the governor of the state and got the legislature to go along with it, made sure to make it so that there's only one gambling outlet in this state legally on sports. If you're running a league, can you outlaw prop bets? I don't think you can you?
No way.
Right.
No way.
And
remember, every one of these leagues and every one of these teams is taking money
Right?
from these gambling sites.
Big money. Big. Last year, a year ago, the second biggest sponsor of Major League Baseball was a sports betting service. A year ago. I don't know who the biggest or second biggest is this year. But a year ago, it was a sports betting service. Second biggest sponsor in the sport.
They went in bed with them. And the other side of it is this is still, I think, largely, and why the FBI is involved, this has nothing to do with the apps, in my opinion. It may, but I think it has to do with straight bets in Vegas, where you can move money around to several casinos. And I'm guessing it still involves illegal bookies. Miller and Moulton. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
They've cut the nets, they've raised the banners, and now they're headed to Fort Myers. Michigan State, North Carolina, and other top programs take the court in the Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off this Thanksgiving week. Legendary programs, championship traditions, college basketball's biggest names, live at Suncoast Arena. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
I've downloaded it. I just told Jake to do it. As soon as I get word, I will let you know that we both have it.
Okay. Oh, nothing. Nothing.
Well, I hope you didn't pay anything.
No. No,
Okay.
Oh, good.
All right.
Larry, they are. What are they? 3-2-3? And I will say they can skate. The Hawks are fast.
Even Bissonnette, who dogged Connor Bedard last year pretty hard, has already come out and said, hey, this. And he talked about the reasons that he dissed him last year, and he's like, he's not doing that right now. Watched a thing with he and Whitney going back and forth about how well they think he and they are playing.
Yes, Logic Man. If the Chargers ever wear those uniforms again, oh my goodness. It was like, didn't the NFL, one of the last games ever played in St. Louis, they had those special uniforms. It was the Rams and the Bucs, and wasn't it jokingly called mustard and ketchup?
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought, was it the Bucs or was it the Chiefs?
For the
mustard and ketchup game.
I thought it was a Thursday night game with the Bucs. Could be wrong. I thought Jameis was involved and he was a rookie, which would have been 2015.
Hey, you're right.
Does Vasilevsky have a win yet? I know he's lost a couple in overtime.
I think one, David, but I'm not positive. No, he's 0-2-2.
I think Shesterkin only has one win. The Rangers only have 3, but I think they're 2-0 with Quick.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Tomorrow is a football Friday, and it'll be game 1 of the World Series tomorrow night. Lee Sterling makes his picks. He's on a bit of a heater. Had a 4-1 week on this show last week and got his game of the week right. But most of September, Lee was playing catch up. He calls October Locktober, and for him so far, it has been. So Lee Sterling, Pat Kerwin, talking betting and the NFL. And I'm sure.
And the NBA. Oh, I'm sorry.
Right. Just for those that get mad when we talk the NBA, a lot of them, I don't know if they're chiming in on the text line, Mark, but a lot of them in Twitch and on YouTube are like, hey, I don't mind you talking about this story, though. This is kind of fun.
It's something. It is something, to say the very, very least.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today in 35, a bunch of mobsters, including Dutch Schultz, were shot at a saloon in Newark. It was known as the Chop House Massacre. 1941, Disney's animated film Dumbo was released. 45, Jackie Robinson signs a contract with the Montreal Royals. Farm Club of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Today in 64, Joe Frazier wins gold at the Olympics in Tokyo.
Ali, Frazier, Foreman. When Ali won it in 60, he was Cassius Clay. But the three heavyweight gold medalists at the Olympics were Ali, Frazier, Foreman, 60, 64, 68.
Jimi Hendrix records Hey Joe today in 66. Today in 73, Nixon agrees to turn over the White House tape recordings. Today in 1991, Rage Against the Machine play live for the first time at a show at California State University, Northridge. Blue Jays beat the Phillies today in 93 to go back-to-back. This was Joe Touch-'em-all. It was the first time, David, that the World Series had ended with a home run since Mazeroski broke a 9-9 tie with the Yankees in Game 7 of the 1960 series. Today in 2000, the Monday Night Miracle. Down 30-7 at the end of the third, the Jets score 4 touchdowns and a field goal in the fourth and would defeat Miami 40-37 in overtime.
The game took forever. The game was on ABC. I was doing the sports for ABC 7. We did a live newscast. The game didn't start till after 9 o'clock. So then it goes overtime and the long fourth quarter and the whole deal. Mark, I don't think our newscast started before 1 a.m., and I think I went on at about 1:25 a.m.
Beyonce released Irreplaceable today in 2006. It would win the Billboard Song of the Year in 2007. Adele released Hello today in 2015. First song with more than 1 million downloads in its first week. The biopic Bohemian Rhapsody premiered today in 2018. And Netflix released the miniseries The Queen's Gambit today in 2020. It's outstanding if you've never watched it. John Heisman, former Flyers coach Fred Shiro, Johnny Carson, Jim Bunning, Chichi Rodriguez, and boy, it's hard to look at that and not go Chai Rodriguez.
Yep.
And Pele would have all celebrated birthdays today. Weird Al Yankovic is 66. Couple of quarterbacks, Doug Flutie and Mike Tomczak, are 63. Al Leiter is 60. Ryan Reynolds, 49. And Nick Bosa is 28 years old today. What did I miss, David?
Nah, man, you are on fire.
I try. Every once in a while you get lucky. Don't bet on it, though.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
Folks, don't think you can get that with those big money network shows. Yeah, come on now.
Back to the waters today. For the good, following a record-breaking sea turtle nesting season in Florida, green sea turtles are no longer considered endangered. I like that. Go Turtles. For the bad, we go like a mile down the road from the studio, David, where David Alfonso stole an F-Ford 250, drove it to Angelina's restaurant, where he was trying to then steal a Ferrari in the parking lot. He didn't get the Ferrari, but took off in the Ford down I-75 from the corkscrew exit. FHP had to do one of those pit maneuvers. He ran and was found hiding and a drainage canal. And finally, the ugly. We go to California, where a California woman was caught not once, but twice vandalizing Halloween decorations on a home's front lawn. Ring camera footage shows a woman lightly jogging past the house's front yard before turning back, rolling up her sleeves, and striking one of the witch decorations with a fist. She runs off, returns, and throws a people's elbow at the remaining two witches. The homeowner says, I've never seen her before. I've checked with several of my neighbors. None of them recognize her either. It's not the first time she's done it. Apparently, earlier this month, a woman who appears to be the same person stopped to stare at the decorations and then punched all three witches. The homeowner said, I just really want it to stop because the kids do enjoy it. And damn it, David, it's all for the kids.
All about the kids, Mark.
She's increased her security measures, and she's activated voice commands. I don't know if that's going to stop this woman from punching the witches with the W. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, October the 23rd. And it's brought to you, as always, by the Cape Coral Police Department, hiring new officers, great pay, great benefits, and great opportunity. For more information, where do they go?
CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com.
Punching a Halloween decoration. That's a new one for me.
Don't know if the Cape Coral Police Department was involved in any way in this FBI sting, which we'll learn more about in 13 minutes. If so, well, then we'll have a guest on the show tomorrow. Mark has a very good relationship with,
the
captain.
chief of police, David.
Right. It's where you want to go. Story like this. So, talk to us. What's going on?
We got any high stakes poker games going on in the Cape that you're busting, boys? Any houses I should stay away from?
And if you're not busting them, could you give me the address? I'd like a little action. Hello. No? Hey, there's two games in the association tonight. It's ESPN doubleheader night. I love it. I love it. They can't avoid this story. They can't bury it. It's not a hockey night. It's not a football night. It's a basketball night. Shams will be working all night. All night. Doubleheader, 7:30. OKC in Indiana. A rematch of the finals. And then at 10 o'clock, Denver and Golden State. Indiana and Denver have yet to play a game. So it'll be their first games of the year. So there you go. Did you see, by the way, post game last night, Jimmy Butler for the Warriors? Or no, I guess it was Tuesday night when they beat the Lakers, because he was 16 of 16 from the line. And he was asked about his free throw shooting, and he said, well, I have a bet with Draymond that I'll have a better percentage this year from the line than Steph. Steph, for the record, went 8 for 8. So they're both tied. And Jimmy goes, that was probably not a smart bet to make, but.
Wonder how much he bet and who he laid it off with.
Right.
Lots of hockey tonight.
I think 12 games.
Lightning hosting the Blackhawks. If I'm reading this right, I love it because it says the start time is 6:45. Panthers and Penguins. Penguins off to a pretty damn good start. Panthers back at home tonight to face Crosby and the boys. Your Rangers are at home. The only question becomes, will they score a goal?
They've scored 1 in 4 games. They are winless at home. They're playing San Jose, who's winless for the season so far.
And at 9 o'clock, what I don't think will be, but could be a Stanley Cup preview. The Hartford Whalers taking on the Quebec Nordiques, otherwise known as Carolina at Colorado. I'm watching it, taking screenshots and sending them to Seth.
Yes, every half hour, I think we should. It will haunt him. If I were to tell you that one of those two teams were to make it to the finals, which one would you pick?
Colorado.
It's funny, I would pick Carolina.
It's probably the better bet because it's harder to get out of Colorado's division than it is to get out of Carolina's. There's no doubt. And then you have to face probably Edmonton on the other side if they get their act together.
Or Vegas, right.
Right. And there are plenty of teams in the West that can slow Carolina down. I do think the Devils will have a shot at beating Carolina in the postseason. I do. And I think whatever comes out of the other side is far better than what Carolina has. They're soft, and they didn't change that.
Devils off to a 6-1 start. Thursday night football, Vikings Chargers in L.A. L.A. a 3.5-point favorite. Over under 44 and change, give or take a half point. This is 24-21 Chargers is what Vegas is saying. Bet for or against that.
Text Chauncey, see what he thinks on this game, because Miller and Moulton, although David's been better the past few weeks, I haven't made an NFL bet in 3 weeks. I may have to do 5 NFL games this week to get off the schneid.
Carson Wentz will get the start. J.J. McCarthy is not even listed as the backup for the second week in a row. What is going on there? Thought he was practicing last week.
Lots of big numbers in the NFL this week.
Yes.
A 12.5, a 14.5, a couple 3 7.5s and 3 6.5s. That's some pretty big betting lines for the National Football League, David.
Could you explain to me this one line, though? What am I missing? Why are the Ravens a 6.5-point favorite at home against the Bears? Lamar's limited at practice yesterday, coming off a bye week, coming off of 3+ weeks of rehab. The Bears have won 4 in a row. What am I missing there?
The Lamar factor is all they're saying. And I mean, are we 100% sure he's playing?
Even if he is playing, it's 6.5. I mean,
and this is the worst defense in the National Football League. No one gives up more points than the Ravens. Only 2 teams are giving up more yards than Baltimore at this point.
I mean, don't you have to bet the Bears? Come on. You're getting 6.5. Let's just say they lose. You know how many games in the NFL are decided by 6 points or less? Like half of them almost. I don't get it.
We'll find out who gets it tomorrow and who got busted today. Miller and Moulton, enjoy Thursday night football, a football Friday tomorrow.
Besides the sales experience at the Diamond District, we offer a litany of other services. Appraisals.
We have 2 GIA certified gemologists, full-time, servicing your needs with appraisals.
We buy gold, diamonds, gemstones, Rolex watches.
Repairs. We have 3 full-time master bench jewelers.
A beautiful custom design department so that we can give you one-of-a-kind jewelry. Come see Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent
Let's
you.
talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but two elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance for tickets. Go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton